party time. I like drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. Do I like to party? The answer is yes. I like drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. And when it comes to getting down, I am the best. I don't have any rules, not even one. The only rule I have is have fun. I smoke 100 cigarettes and drink 1,000 beers, and that's just in one day. Imagine in 1 year. Most people have boring lives with families and jobs. My family is this jacket and my job is to rock. I'm drunk all the time, even during the day. My parents say, get a job. I say, no way. 'Cause I like drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. Do I like to party? The answer is yes. I like drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. Party is my favorite word. It is the best. I dropped out of school when I was just 14, 'cause there wasn't a course on how to party. So I started smoking cigarettes with my mouth and fingering girls on my parents' couch. My parents said, you can't finger girls in here, and no more smoking cigarettes and drinking beer. So I said, get bent, and I got up and left, and I've been smoking and drinking and fingering ever since. That's right, drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. Do I like to party? The answer is yes. I like drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. My motto is always live your life on the edge. Buddy, are you drunk right now? Hey everybody, are you smoking cigarettes? Hey everybody, are you having a good time? Hey anybody, wanna get fingered tonight? Drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. Do I like to party? The answer is yes. I like drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. Your parents don't like me because I am a threat.
What's going on, everybody? It's Doctor and the Kid, episode 27. But today the doctor is not in today. The doctor is on vacation. He's on a Greek country road right now, taking in the sights. And with me, guest hosting, he was such a hit on the last episode. We got Stevie, baby, from Scotland. Stevie, thank you for joining me, man. Much respect to you, brother. Cheers. Cheers to a great show, brother. Cheers, man.
Let's fucking go.
Now, we got a lot of people rolling in, man. We got John, Bip Pop Boom, Miss You is here, Michael Pilmer, Scotty Strychnine, Paul. Joe is here. Seth Asbestos is hanging out.
Oh,
yeah, it's nice to see Joe, man. Hadn't seen him in a while. Now, for those of you most of you who are here watch the show. So you know how this is gonna go with Mika not being here. Pilmer says it himself. He goes, "This shit's gonna go haywire." I say give it to about beer 5 or 6, you know. But Mika usually steers the shit, man, with the comments and all that stuff. So I'm gonna do my absolute best to keep up with it. I mean, I can tell it's already tough, man. I got a lot of respect for what Mika does. It's not easy. You know, but you got a lot of people hanging out. The people are excited that you're here, Stevie. They love it. Elephant Man says fantastic, man. Very cool. Sean's here too. I've seen him. Sean spins. Aaron, Mr. Bizarro's here. Cool, man. The leader of the Hydra sessions. Yeah. Wow, we got a lot of people joining in, man. They're all saying hello to each other. I love the little community we build here, Stevie.
What's up?
Very cool, man.
That's a cool thing.
Somebody wants to know if you're rebranding as Mystery Man, as like the Mystery Man. That's your thing.
Yeah, I can be Captain Mystery Man.
You can be whoever you want to be, baby.
Yeah, of course.
So, first of all, what are you drinking today?
I've got a off-tempo double IPA, 7.2.
Let's make that big. Let's see what it looks like here. Hold on. Oh, I don't know how to do that yet. Hold on.
Just a
Oh wait, I got it. I can figure it out. Here we go. Solo layout. Here we go. Look at
there
that,
we go.
man.
Got the money shot. There you go, baby.
What percent we got there? What percent is that?
7.4.
Okay, so you're rocking. You're rocking today. Raw Power Bowers in the house, man, hanging out. Everybody's saying hello, enjoying themselves. Excellent. Excellent. So, Stevie, what's happening in Scotland, man? I'm stuck with a guy from Hungary, so I want to
Yeah.
know what's going on in Scotland, man.
Well, the full of the UK is having this massive heat wave. I know that is basically all that's going on in Scotland, really, and in the UK. The news is just flooded with this freak weather. Now they're panicking about it's going to get too hot and bullshit. It's just hot. It's just hot weather.
Joe's confirming that it is hot. But what's hot for
Yeah,
you guys? Because Memphis is a whole
yeah.
another thing here, man.
Like the average, I know that it's pure boring chat weather, but the average temperature here is like 13. So that's like
What is that in human degrees?
I think is it about 55.
Ah, man,
I
that's
think
cold.
that's just average. That's like good weather to us. Like I quite like that temperature, but really hot to England get better weather than Scotland because
Right.
we're higher up. But our weather 26, 27, so that's about 80s.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's like super hot. But
Yeah.
um,
And Sean and Eric are talking in the chat there. Sean had a little surgery there on his throat. I hope you're doing well,
yeah,
Sean.
yeah,
Did you
sure.
see his? You see his
I
last
seen,
video? Yeah.
yeah, see it was so cool with the editing and stuff that when but I can't do any of that shit.
Stevie, can you read that comment for me, pal?
Ryan, can you turn on the subtitles for us? Thanks. But,
Man, right out the gate, you're getting heat, baby.
fucking bring the heat. Bring it.
You're talking to the king of square sausage here, man. The
I don't give
Ramones
a
of sausage.
yeah.
I was
I don't
hoping
give
you'd bring a square sausage onto the show today, but
a fuck. Short notice.
you ate them all, didn't you?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Joe says there's a different kind of heat over here. I don't know, man.
Well,
I went to England and it just rained the whole time.
yeah, that is the
I finally understood the meaning of the song "Here Comes the Sun." Because like when it comes out for the 5 minutes, it's out for the day. Like people go outside and they're joyous, they're jubilant.
honestly, like it is hilarious. Like like just a simple increase in temperature. Like it gets to 18 and people go about like half naked and shit. Honestly, it is fucking insane. People go about no top on. It is it's stupid.
Stevie, I got a few. She got a few tapes in the mail. You want to see them? Some stuff
Of
I've been
course,
listening to.
of course.
For the people out there, I got the new Billiam tape.
No, that's sick.
Yeah, from Australia, man.
That's,
Look at I like
is that Sonic?
that's
Oh,
Sonic the Hedgehog.
yeah.
Yeah, this is some whacked out weirdo stuff. Like Mika loves the egg punk term. This
Oh,
is like some whacked out. Weird.
Mika's a big advocate for egg punk.
He is. He is. I love this tape though. If anybody knows Billiam out there,
That's cool.
this is his
That's
new.
that's the Aussie dude, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Yeah.
Good film.
Now I'm hoping that he comes over for Goner Fest because GT's playing and the Satanic Togas are playing. It'd be cool to have Billiam over there, man.
Yeah, that'd be neat.
I mean, all these guys share band members all the time, so maybe we get a Billiam sighting, man. Hey, UB Trippin's here. What's up, UB Trippin? Good to see you, man. Welcome back to another Saturday night of debauchery for the rock and rollers. We've got our own little niche here in the vinyl community, and living it up, man.
One gang of freaks and reprobates.
I also got this one. It's the tour tape. The Retail Simps just went on tour, and they had a tape out for the tour. And they had some leftover ones on Total Punk's website, so I snatched it up. Let me see if I can dig it out. This has been one of my favorite records of the year so far. Here it is. The Retail Simps. Check this. It looks like the cover of that, the back cover of that Kane single.
Oh,
they're shooting pool.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a great record, man. This is like it's like if you like Perubu or you like Richard Hell and the Voidoids or Television, it's like that mixed with like some demented kind of Slim Harpo stuff going on, man. Some real shakers on this album. It's a really good record. And,
there's something up with the charger.
The tour tape has like some different cuts that are on the record, and then like some demo stuff, which is pretty cool. It's kind of cool to hear them in a different way. Yeah, Retail Simps are great. That's what Grow Man record. Yeah, Mikey, the Retail Simps have a great sound, man. I love their guitar tone. It's this shaky little trebly guitar, man, and some wild vocals, man. Wailing vocals. It's great stuff. Stevie, you've gone silent. Let's see. Everybody's saying hello to Mikey Bananas. Hold on, let me see. Oh, Stevie's gone already. Hold on a second. Steve.
It's party time.
Stevie, I hope you come back soon, buddy. All right, let's go back to the chat. Everybody's wishing Eric well. Yeah, Eric got the COVID. Sorry to hear that, buddy. Rest up. We're all thinking about you. You'll be back on your feet in no time, man. You got this. And I'll save the other tape for when Stevie comes back, because I know he's going to dig that one. But if Stevie's going to be, if the hamster wheel's not turning enough, then we're going to have to put the link out pretty quick. Oh, wait, he's back on another. Hold on, let's see. We'll remove that. And then who's this? Oh, it's the Haggis Part 2, baby.
Yeah, but
there you go.
My laptop died.
Have you heard the Retail Simps album?
Yeah, parts of it. I've not listened to it as a whole.
Yeah.
I know, like everywhere here, like when it came into stock, it just went. It sold out quick. But I've missed out on it. But it's one I'll definitely keep an eye on.
Yeah, it's a shaker, man. It's a really good record. I think it's something like the punks and the garage heads and like the people who like 60s stuff. It's something they can all, get behind,
Some of whatever I listened to, it had a real old, like, rock and roll feel to it.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And I was saving this one here for you. This tape here, the Curlies.
Oh, that's sick.
Dude, your neighborhood's never going to be the same after you play this one.
What was the single that they released?
They did release a single, and it was what the hell was the single? What I Like was the single. Honestly, that's one of my least favorite tracks after listening to this thing.
The full thing.
Yeah.
I know it's up on Bandcamp. You can listen to the full record, because I'm waiting. Obviously, Drunken Sailor, I'll get it in stock probably over here, because they have their 7-inch in stock.
Yeah.
So I believe that they'll
Was
get the 12 comes
was
out.
the 7-inch also on Total Punk?
I don't know.
I gotta
I
get that.
can't remember, but because it's on Drunken Sailor, it's available in Drunken Sailor. Makes me believe it is on Total Punk
It could be.
because they stock their stuff.
Look, some people are saying, "Hey, they love Stevie on the show, man."
If they can understand.
Stevie, can you read this comment for me?
Good to see Willie Wallace is acting well. Willie Wallace shot fireballs right at his arse.
Anybody out there looking for some really aggressive, snotty punk? This is it, man. It was supposed to come out on a 12-inch record, but like a 12-inch little EP, but it got delayed at the pressing plant, which is a bummer. But the tape is out, so I didn't want to wait, man. I didn't want to wait, so I had to get the tape. Little curlies there, the seasoned curlies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody's
saying hello to
got
each
a good
other.
write-up as well.
Oh, how about this one, Steve? You've been jamming this one?
Oh
man.
That has one of the most ferocious openers any, like, like the past 5 years. It just comes straight at you. Like, the first minute I'd listened to it, I was like, what the fuck is this? It is just so nasty and it's filthy. But as you listen to the other tracks on it, that varies in style. It's not just as like brutal as that first track. There's different elements.
Yeah,
it's
the
a
record,
great 7.
the 7-inch that Stevie and I are talking about is by a band called 3D and the Holograms. That's the cover there, and then here's the back here, 3D and the Holograms. This stuff is pretty brutal, man. The vocals are like ripping.
Oh, sore throat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the first song on each side is brutal, but I think the best one, I think you and I, well, the one that made us laugh the most was the last song, MS DOS.
Yeah, it's the little keyboard.
Yeah. It sounds like you've ever been to a casino and you pull the thing and it's that, if you win, it's like ding 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 ding. That's what it sounds like. It's ridiculous.
It's just how it comes in, and it's sort of you hear it, and the minute you hear it, you start laughing.
Yeah.
Well, because it's just so shite. Like it is, it is genuinely shite.
It's so bad that it's great. Like,
I just love how it's shite, and there's no fuck give. It's hilarious.
It comes in kind of modestly, like a little. It's not too much, but then like halfway through it, it starts going insane. It's like the machine got away from him,
It ramps up.
Yeah, it's really funny, man. It's really funny. Chris, unfortunately, had the COVID, but he's doing better now. He said he's better, and everyone's saying congratulations. Yeah, it's a shitty thing to get, man. But I'm glad everybody's doing okay out there, man. Stevie, this is awesome, man. It's great to host a show with you, man.
Yeah, you too, bro. It's good to get back up and chat.
Yeah, I had a blast last week when you came on the show. So, because Mika's on vacation. He's on his 8th vacation of the year, and
it's more holidays than the Queen.
Yeah. Well, he goes to me. He's like, "Oh, I asked the guy in Greece. I asked him, like, are there any good shows coming up?" And the guy goes, "Oh, no, everything's closed in the month of August." So, what do you mean everything's closed? I mean, it's a different ball game over there, man. I'm lucky I get Christmas off. Yeah.
You can just imagine Mika arriving, and he's driving up, and it's like the Wild West. like the saloons, everything's empty.
It's a
There's
tumbleweed.
barrels away.
I picture him driving like in Chevy Chase in Vacation when he like falls asleep behind the wheel and he like just pretty much like tumbles into a parking spot in a motel by a pure accident.
Falls out.
That's a long drive, man.
Did you ever watch a British show called Faulty Towers?
No.
Have you heard of it? Faulty
What is it called?
Towers. Faulty Towers.
No,
It's
never heard of it.
John Cleese. Do you know John Cleese? British
No,
actor.
I
No.
don't know who that is. No.
It's about a holiday hotel in Torquay in England. Yeah, Faulty Towers, Michael.
Faulty Towers.
And
hey, read that comment, Steve.
It is so funny. It's really like he is the most clumsy, stupid person ever. But you were talking about a car, and he's massive, and he's in this little tiny mini, and he stumbles out it. It's like what you were saying.
It's like kind of the equivalent to like fat guy in a little coat, maybe. John says Stevie might be a better host. We're 20 minutes in and there's no bathroom break. Good point. Hey, check this out, Stevie. Randy says someone has a disconnect single on Discogs for $100. What's the split 7-inch? That's stupid. I mean, I think should be like $4, $4 or $5.
That'll be Richie.
Somebody's making money off it because I didn't.
It's Richie.
Yeah, it's Richie selling his disconnects collection. Mikey likes Faulty Towers too.
Yeah.
Wow. I was watching it, dude. I told you I was texting you. I've been watching that Trailer Park Boys. I watched the entire series. It made me laugh so hard. I love that show, man. It's hilarious.
My brother loves it, and he keeps telling me, he's like, you need to watch it. It's so funny, and I tried it, but I just couldn't get into it. I just couldn't. I don't know. That wasn't.
Once you get past the first season looks like I shot it. It's like really like cheaply made. But it's really funny. It's just funny because I know people like that. They're like blissful idiots. But they don't mean any harm. They're just dummies.
Yeah, you're talking to one.
Oh, stop. No. Somebody said, Aaron said, yeah, Randy's the seller of that single.
Self-promotion.
Yeah, totally. Hey, I got to get a beer. I came unprepared. I already finished my first one. Hang on real quick. Entertain the people.
Do you want me to dance, clap like a monkey, play the flute? I can't see any comments or anything if anybody's typing anything. Wow.
Try to put that put you on the spot there, buddy. I grabbed two just in case.
Okay.
Wear the penguin hat, Stevie. People want you to wear the penguin hat. I don't know what that is.
I will.
Let's see. Dance break, Stevie. Did you actually do a dance break?
I don't know.
Mikey says, one of my band's CDs has been on Discogs for $99 for 2 years. Give it up, man. Yeah, it's about time you take that listing down, Mikey. I don't think anybody's biting there. Yeah, people are crazy with prices, man. Because like there used to be a ton of them for sale on Discogs, and they were like $5 or $4, and you'd pay more for the shipping than you would for the actual record. But
yeah, for the actual product.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's insane. Sometimes you'll come across someone, but that'll still be realistic.
Yeah.
Not rip the piss at it.
Yeah. Hey, did you listen to that GT single I sent you?
I've not listened to it yet.
Oh, it's great, man. It's that
That's the
split
only
with,
one.
yeah. That's a really good one, man. I'm glad that got reissued. They did a split with the
Yeah,
Satanic Togas, man.
not anything. Like anything from from Aussie. It's, as you know as well as everybody else. It's expensive. Like
Yeah.
for us to get shipping and shit like that. And anything by any of the bands is always cool to have because
Well,
it's quite the scene at the moment over there. Sort of reminds you, when punk was breaking. It's got a really good feel to it. It's got a lot of, that DIY ethos. It's got a lot of fuck you attitude. It's got a lot of we don't care how it sounds. It's just about a message and stuff
well,
like that, and a bit fun, but having fun.
yeah. There's you can feel the excitement around it. There's a lot of excitement, you know, in that scene, and it just makes you want to check out and dive into everything over there. But what's
Yeah.
cool now is like when it first kind of started, blowing up, I was ordering the records. I had to order them from there, from Australia.
Yeah.
Now, they're getting distros, all around the world, which is pretty cool because it's, obviously makes it cheaper for me. But,
Well,
there's a part of me that like wants to see these bands succeed and get a lot of, fans.
yeah.
And there's
Yeah,
also the other part where I'm like, I don't know, like this is so cool. Can we just keep it cool?
just keep
You
it
know?
the way it is.
Yeah.
Don't do anything else. Just keep it in that pocket.
Stevie, I'd like to have you answer this question. It's actually a great question. Can a toga actually be satanic, or would it depend on the wearer?
Well, a person that wears a toga, uh, I wouldn't say they're satanic. They're more attuned with their feminine side. So it could possibly be the wearer.
Possible.
It could
No,
possibly
but
be
can
the wearer.
a toga itself be satanic? I don't see why not.
Well, if someone's blessed it by Satan, then it's satanic.
Oh, John has a pair of satanic socks. It is possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve, you did have a hard hitting take though. Chris wants to know if Australia is still under house arrest. If our resident Australian Chili Gaz was here, he could answer that. I don't know. I haven't seen Chili in a while. Hope he's doing well. If you're watching the stream on replay. By the way, thank you to everybody who watches this on replay too. Much appreciated. Much respect. Maybe he could answer that for us. I don't know.
Under house arrest? Oh, is that the COVID thing? Well, I
Yeah,
know
well, I mean, with
their restrictions
if
are pretty severe.
if all these Aussie bands can come over for Gonerfest, I don't see why the restrictions would be too bad in their own. They're allowed to travel. So he says, I have a satanic jockstrap. Paul's got some satanic shit too. Yep. Silk dressing gown.
Oh, a gown?
A satanic what? Read that. What is that word?
Cravat.
What does that mean?
It's a thing it's like a fucking neck scarf.
A neckerchief.
Yeah, it's for fucking tossers.
Oh, okay. It's for tossers. Paul, response? Pilmer says, everything I own is satanic by default. Miss You is not wearing a satanic moo-moo. I got to break this record out. You guys got to listen to this record. It's awesome. What the hell is it? Let's see. Find this sucker here. Where are you? Stevie, you got that first Satanic Togas record?
No,
Oh, man.
no. There's still some available. I think there's only 4 on Bandcamp, but it's like fucking stupid,
Yeah,
stupid money.
you got to get this, man. This is oh yeah, the Kravitz were a good or whatever it's called. I know that band. I've seen that single. Mr. Bizarre is wearing a satanic banana hammock.
Oh,
Yeah, this is a classic, man. This is great.
no, but I've listened to it obviously online and streamed it and shit, but I've never heard the record.
I think if Aaron, if you're going to put out a record, it should be called Satanic Banana Hammock. It does have a great ring to it, right?
It could be a surf record.
Surf record, totally. Totally.
That's a shit tone.
Stevie, we decided, like the doctor and I do every week, we're going to listen to a record. Oh, Nick Pantazzi, welcome to the show, man. Good to see you. Aaron says, I'd like to have that back when you're done wearing it, please. Every week, the doctor and I will listen to a record during the week to discuss. And Stevie and I decided to do the same as the guest host here. And Stevie, would you like to talk about the record? Would we like to break out the record?
Yeah.
On 3, though. It's got to be on 3.
Let's go.
All right, hang on.
You ready?
Hold on. Let me take it out of its protective sleeve.
Oh, the protective sleeve.
Yeah. Okay.
You could shoot a full video on just protective sleeves.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's my next video. The top 100 protective sleeves for your records, ranked.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rank them.
Right. You ready?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I got a new video out. I ranked the first 100 stiff records, stiff singles. So if you like singles or stiff records, check it out. It's a lot of fun. Shameless self-promotion there. But all right, you ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Today we're talking about the Lurkers Fulham Fallout, baby. Come on. Yeah.
Absolute classic.
Hell yeah.
1978.
1978. Well, it was on Beggar's Banquet, right?
Beggar's Banquet, yeah. Shows the gatefold, yeah.
Yeah. A killer gatefold, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny that I can remember, obviously, listening to this band early on and, reading, the bit in the gatefold, and there's a letter here.
Yeah.
Hold
on, I'll make it big there. Hold on.
I don't know if anyone. Yeah, I don't know if anyone would be able to. Obviously, it's too small. The writing, but in this letter, it's obviously a young punk, and he's writing to Beggar's Banquet. They had sent him a badge, obviously a Lurker's badge, and it was asking like for posters and any advertising material and anything to anything to do with Beggar's Banquet. Right. He would like to obviously get some stuff, and he mentions in it the sniffling shits.
Yeah, and they just got a reissue too.
Yeah, and sniffling shits, I had never heard of them before. So by reading that little letter,
that's cool.
It turned me on to listening to sniffling shits, and
that's what it's all about, man. Yeah,
it's little things like that. It's fucking awesome.
Totally.
But again, that album just opens with another great opener. I ain't got no clue.
It's got to be one of the best on the album, man.
And see the lyrics. It's just teenage you know, like hopelessness, you know, at that time, you know, they've just felt, you know, they've not got a clue like, what you're going to do. They didn't know. It's
Um,
just honest writing. It's
oh,
just
yeah,
honest
100%.
lyrics. It's
To
just,
You're totally right. It's totally an honest kind of simple
it,
man's kind of writing, but
yeah,
it really comes through in a genuine way. And like
that's
to
really
describe
effective.
this to any of the viewers who maybe aren't into punk or maybe not too well versed in punk or whatever, this is a really fun album from '78. This
Yeah,
is pretty much West. They're from West London. They're the West London's answer to the Ramones. Uh,
yeah,
it's like
that,
somehow if you could make the Ramones dumber, it would sound like the Lurkers.
yeah.
You know?
But the connection, obviously, they get called, you know, the English Ramones. That they've had that term coined. You know, people have said, you know, lurkers are the English Ramones. The connection that I find is the lurkers were great, especially on this record, at writing really catchy
Oh yeah.
tunes, like good choruses that, you know, like the Ramones were famous for, you know, writing great catchy poppy hooks. The lurkers were the exact same, and especially on this, you know, there's so many fucking
Well,
classic tracks on this.
you're totally right, man. And but what this has that Ramones albums don't have, there's some really good solos. Like they're
Yeah,
trashy kind of solos, amateur-ish, but excellent. That's what I love about them is because like I could hear this album and I could say, okay, I could start a band. I could be like the Lurkers. I could do it. Like
yeah,
uh and on the last song of side one, it's called Go Go Go.
yeah.
And while
It
it's not
fucking
it's this is where the band opens up into like overdrive. Like they're really like going for it. And there's this solo that is so trashed out. I love it. It's awesome.
like you mentioned that track. It is the most simplistic lyrically. All it says is "go go go," you know,
Yeah.
through the full song.
Yeah.
But as you say, when it just rips into this solo, and it's just like four notes, but he's pure riding that guitar.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
he's taking maximum sound out of his guitar. He's not giving a fuck. He's just going full pelt,
The
and
best
he's
part,
hitting buttons.
yeah, they hit their stride and they just go. But my favorite part of that song, Stevie, is it's hilarious. In Go Go Go, it's where they're really riding that like one chord kind of like trudging along, and then they go back into the riff. But obviously, it's so obvious. You got to listen to it. It's hilarious. The bass player didn't realize they were going back into that riff, so there is like a fuck up on it, and I love it. It's great. It's really funny. You can hear
It's
the
little
botched
things.
notes.
There's little things like that, and there's little things in the solo where, you know, a deaf person could hear, you know, they've hit a bum note. It's so bad, you know, like he's like tried to slide into a note or something, and it's,
Yeah.
you know, he's mislid, and you just, that's the greatness. That's the greatness of that type of music
Yeah.
where people just
Yeah. That's
didn't,
overdone. Yeah.
you know, they didn't care, you know,
Yeah.
about
I mean,
the sound. You know, it wasn't about how perfect and how, you know, musical and, you know, all of that
right.
bullshit. It's just fucking a ripping album.
Now, John says that his band used to cover I Don't Need to Tell Her. I don't need to tell her that I'm a super fella.
I'm a
That's
super.
a great, it's great.
It's
And it's got like this the vocals are like they sound like Tarzan. You know, in that song. It's great, you know.
like
I wanna be a
the,
hero.
the first two tracks, you know, they're starting, you know, they're coming out the gate, they're riding it, and then it gets to the intro in Total War, and for me, like the first time you hear Total War,
Yeah.
and as you're listening to the album as a whole, it sort of takes the album down a step, but then it kicks back in, and obviously when Total War kicks in,
That's a killer, dude.
killer tune.
The
But
whole album.
then
Oh, go ahead.
I would say, for me,
I
I
know
wouldn't
which
say
song. I know which song
I wouldn't.
sucks. There's one song that sucks on it.
For me, it's either Gerald
It's Gerald.
or it's Gerald. It's just a bit whimsical. It's a bit stupid.
Yeah.
It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the feel of the album. It belongs in some fucking Jethro Tull album or something. It's got that feel, spoken passage, and
Yeah.
it doesn't. It doesn't belong in that album. The other track, it's not that I dislike it, but the chorus on it, it's quiet here. It's quiet here.
I love that chorus.
Sometimes it's a bit annoying. I find it a bit annoying. It's just the vocal delivery. It's a bit whiny, and
it's funny because when I was listening to it, I listened to it today again before the stream just to brush up on it. But it's quiet here. They were doing Howard Wall was doing the shortening of phrases just like Joey Ramone in that one. Like you would never think in that chorus that he's saying it's quiet here. It's like this weird vocal cadence.
It sounds like it's crap. It goes like it's quiet in here, it's quiet, and then the next time the next two lines, it sounds as if it's crap here.
Yeah, totally.
Which probably would make sense, obviously, in the the lyrical contents of the song. It would make sense. It's crap here, but just an amazing album.
Now, my favorite song on the record is, well, it's hard to say, but I really do love the song Hey You. I love that song. It reminds me of Menace.
I'm so glad that you mentioned Hey You. I was just listening to that track earlier today, and I think it's the second time before the chorus, before it goes identity, and it goes into the identity piece.
Yeah.
See the bass line, see that little bass line before it changes. It's so simple, but it just adds something to it, and then that's a great track leading into a solo, like how they come into the solo. It's really, really well done. That is a great track.
Yeah, I love it. It's one of my favorites, and it's like immediately after I played it, I put on Menace, the Menace single. I have Insane Society, and because it made me want to play Menace, and we kind of talking about these songs. We're almost going in order of them. After Hey You is probably the peak of the Lurkers' fame, I guess, in the song Shadow.
Shadow, yeah.
I love Shadow.
It's a great. Again, it's not a weak track. It's a good single.
It's one of those. Go ahead, Stevie. Sorry.
Was that not one of their single, like their highest charting single or something?
I think it had to be. Yeah, it had to be.
It was up there anyway. But yeah,
now, Shadow, Stevie, was the first song I heard by the Lurkers. I ever heard by it. It was on a compilation. I said, "Oh, this is really cool." So I went and checked out the album Full and Fallout, and I said, "Shadow is great, but there's about 6 or 7 songs on this album that are better than this song, man."
Oh, without a doubt. And I think that's a great the point. Like you're saying, like that was like the lead single, and usually you know, back then, generally the lead single was top contender for the best track on an album.
Right.
You know, it was always done you know, if you were looking at an album, you would say, you know, that group of tracks, and usually the lead single would be in about there.
Right.
But that's a great example of the lead single not being the weakest track, because obviously Gerald's shite,
Yeah,
but
that's pretty shitty.
it's not it's not high up on the best on that, in my opinion.
Yeah, same.
There's a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a great tune. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's great, but I think there's some even better songs on it, and it's the one that really gets the most play. But what about the piss take on the Spectre tune? And then I kissed her. They do, and then I kicked her.
Yeah, I think that's a great track as well.
Yeah,
I don't think there's anything. I really like Self Destruct.
Self-Destruct is
That
really
could
good too. Yeah,
that could possibly be my favourite, or I'm on Heat.
I'm on Heat is awesome. I'm on Heat.
Um,
That's
it's
so
just
great.
so catchy and so driving, and
What about
it
the
does
first
make
song on side 2, Jenny? That's a killer tune, man.
sense, yeah.
Now, you and I were actually talking about it's how we came to get to this album. I think was you had found their second album pretty cheap online, and you sent it to me like, oh, you know, I got this pretty cheap. I said, cool, and you know, it reminded me I hadn't really listened to it in a while, and the Lurkers are the prime example of if you listen to this record and then listen to their next record musically,
Yeah,
you're like, wow, these guys really practiced. Like these guys
yeah.
got pretty good at their instruments, but for some reason they got better, but it wasn't as good. Like they were better when they were a little more amateurish, you know?
Yeah, and it's my own personal opinion, you know, my own personal taste. I always prefer when a band is more raw, more trashier, more sloppy.
Right.
I think when music gets produced or made when, you know, it's raw and it's sloppy and shit, that's as close as, in my opinion, that you're going to get to, like, see the very first time that you jam a track with someone, you come up with this riff, and the two of you build it, and you know you ride this out, and the first take that you ever do, like, it could be the best take ever. You're never going to recreate
Right.
that feeling. And I think, you know, that captures a lot of that when music is is put out like that.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I'm looking at the insert and there's this one picture. It's of them live. You're not gonna be able to see the flyer in it, but it's a live shot, but there's a flyer in the background of the club they're playing. And
The Stickers
it's Razor and the Stukas opening. And I'm just
is,
thinking to myself, like, wow, the Lurkers on stage and then in the background a flyer like that, what a time to be alive, man. You know?
I can't quite remember because my memories is not like yours. You've got like a memory that just absorbs and retains. My memory's short. But I'm sure, like in '78, when they started playing in Roxy's, they, like, the caliber of people that they were, you know, supporting, like
Yeah.
playing with, it was like
Oh,
one
you
big band. The Eaters, like, I think they did Eaters. Did they do Slaughtering the Dogs?
yeah, yeah,
It was just boom, boom, boom,
they were opening
every
for the
top
Damned,
notch.
the
Mhm.
Buzzcocks, you know, like you said, Slaughter and the Dogs. I mean, imagine seeing these bands then, like it's unbelievable, man.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
uh, you know, and it's funny that, you know, like there Paul had obviously mentioned
Yeah.
that, you know, one of the first bands he'd seen, or it was the first band he'd seen, and a young teenager getting to experience that scene,
That's
to
cool.
feel, that tension, that, everything that was
Totally.
going on in the world at that time. It must have been, an
No question.
amazing,
Yeah.
time.
But it's funny because like you think about it, they were just living life then. I mean, maybe you just felt like, oh, okay, these punk gigs are a dime a dozen. At that time, who knows? There's this explosion of music going on then. But
It's crazy. It's crazy to think a lot of the bands back then, nobody would have touched them. Nobody would Camel. Nobody would have booked them. They couldn't get gigs. And you imagine now, like, obviously some of the original members and bands have passed and stuff, but say they could get the original lineup and say, right, we're going to tour again, people would go fucking wild.
oh yeah, they love it. I
Like
mean,
the big names, they wouldn't struggle to get a booking now.
yeah.
But back then, obviously,
Well,
nobody would be.
if you look at their page, the revolving door of members is almost, it reads like a Spinal Tap list. It's just like there's so many people who came in. I think the guy from 999 played with them at one point.
Bradshaw, the
Right.
dude for the Saints? The dude
Yeah.
for the Saints
Yeah.
played.
I
Was it in
think
the
he
first
played with them
album?
too. Yeah. I think you're right. It's just
I've
wild,
never
man.
heard,
Uh, if
anything.
oh, go ahead, Stevie. What's that?
I've never heard anything after the second album by the Lurkers. I've never went any further. The
Yeah.
first two, and I've never.
Well, they what did they break up in 1980 and then reformed again in like 82 or something, and that
Yeah,
only lasted a couple years. So
and then I think they've come back again.
yeah, I mean, hey, if the Lurkers came to Memphis, I'd be the first in line. I
Yeah,
don't care who's playing in the band. I want to hear
yeah,
Total War live.
yeah.
you know?
Oh,
But this record is maximum pogo punk, man. It's got
oh,
everything you want from that kind of pogo punk style stuff. It's a
it,
classic from 1978, and probably when it came out, it probably wasn't looked at like some great album.
yeah,
It
that
probably
I,
passed
I
on.
was just I was just about to say it, like we've spoke about it before, and it's been mentioned on here and that, like, when you listen to a record, you like to look at the artwork and stuff like that, and read all of the notes, and
Yeah.
absorb it. Have you ever noticed on this album all the little faces? There's loads.
No.
So see down in the bottom corner here, down in there's a face.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
whoa! Look at that.
Right. So then look up in the top corner up here.
There's
There's
a
a
face in the
face.
clouds. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. And then on the back there's like a fox. But I hate this
Yeah,
fucking
there's a fox in
camera.
the trees there. Look at that. I didn't know. That's pretty cool, man.
There, so see then in the tree line, see if you look in the middle of the tree line,
There's another
there's
face. There's
a
more faces.
there's four faces,
One, two,
but
three.
the
That's five.
face
Oh,
the
six.
face looks like it's one of the members. I don't
Wow,
know if it's the singer,
I've owned
but
this album for so long, and I never noticed that.
it's
It's kind of
shit.
amazing.
It's
Thank
shit.
you, Stevie.
Yeah, and
That's awesome.
see this dude, see that dude there.
That's the roadie.
Yeah, so he was the original bassist or
Plug in.
drummer. He was the original drummer or bassist or something,
Really?
and he left. Obviously, was replaced, and they gave him a job as the roadie. They kept him
Cool.
on, and like he was like a road manager. So I've always found that pretty cool. That
That's
they were ready to release an album. They were getting a bit of traction,
yeah,
and they never forgot their mate. They took their
yeah,
mate with
true.
them.
That's
You
cool,
know,
man.
they weren't making big money. You know, it was beer money and living the life. But
I'll tell you
it
what, I'll
was
take some of
cool.
that lurkers money though. That's probably a good
Yeah.
living. I never noticed those faces though. You kind of blew my mind on that, Stevie. That's really cool.
Honestly, honestly later or the next time you listen to it, just sit. There's loads of stuff. Like you can just pick all of it. It's a pretty smart cover,
Yeah, it is.
and it's quite unusual.
It is a
Like
weird cover, isn't it?
if you say to someone, look at this, that this is pogo, this maximum rock and roll,
Yeah, go. I don't know.
you're like, it looks like some cheesy 70s, like
Well, on the back, they kind of just look like guys who met at a bar and were like, "Hey, let's start a band,"
yeah,
which I like that.
it's like the drummer. He's just like a big
He's a big
typical
brute.
Brit. He's just like a big Brit.
He
That
he doubles as
fucking
security for the band.
yeah. And it's
That's
like these two,
awesome.
these two, the dude in the middle and the dude next to the drummer. It's like they're trying to be cool,
Yeah, they
while
are cool
this
though.
guy, this
I
wee
like
guy here,
I like the wee man.
he,
Yeah, that's me and you, dude.
he's
That's me and you.
just like fuck it.
Yeah, fine. I'll join your band. Sure.
Yeah, but
Stevie, when I listened to this,
definitely,
you know what I also thought? I thought that the Spits owe a great deal of respect to the Lurkers, man. When I hear the Lurkers, I hear the Spits. When I listen to the Spits, I hear the Lurkers' fingerprints. I see them all over it,
yeah,
dude. I mean, all over
yeah,
it.
like the DNA, like that
Yeah.
it's imprinted in their. I
Just
think the drumming you can hear the Spits taking the drumming,
totally.
like influence for the drummer.
The vocals kind of remind me of it too. But hey, did you see the post that the Spits made online? They fired
Oh,
their drummer and they put their email down there and they said, "Well, email us if you want to drum for us." I thought that was fucking awesome.
oh,
Somebody
send an
out there could
email.
be the next Spitz drummer. We don't even know.
Everybody in the peanut gallery, send an email to the Spits.
Spitz,
Say
yeah.
the say the haggis and the kid
Haggis.
sent you.
Oh no, that'd be great. Maybe we get the Spitz on the show one day. That'd be fun. Yeah. Yeah, send an email to the Spitz letting them know that Haggis and the kids should be the drummer for their band. But the record we talked about was The Lurkers Fulham Fallout from 1978. Amazing pogo punk, a classic punk record. If you haven't heard it, get this in you, baby. This is a great record. Great pick,
And
Stevie.
even if, like as you said, if you're not really into punk, but you like, like rock and roll or, just fun music, give it a try. Because I
100%.
think it's an album, in my opinion, that could turn people's opinion on punk. Because it's
Yeah,
not it's not, I wouldn't say it's typical punk as such.
well, it's definitely bizarre, but it's the choruses are great. I mean, every they're very memorable, big choruses, and they're fun.
Yeah, that is like where they hit the nail right on the head is their choruses.
Right.
And their melody, it's an infectious melody.
Totally. Now, Stevie, how do you feel if I put the link out? We're at an hour, man. We're at 1 hour. So let's put the link up and get some of these degenerates on screen. We'll talk to the people, have fun, and I'm going to put the link out. Anybody who wants to come up, everyone is welcome. We're going to talk about some cool records and whatever you want. So here's the link. I'm going to put it in there.
I'm going.
Oh, we got the first bathroom break there. But yeah, anybody who wants to come up, you're all welcome. Hang out. You're welcome to ride with Haggis and the Kid. Episode 1. This shouldn't even count as a Doctor and the Kid episode. But yeah, man, I've been really just rocking those cassettes, those the Curlies, and that Retail Simps. And I'm still rocking the Schizos live at the High Tone. I love that. Love that. And
I hope
you guys gotta check. This is such a weirdo like album put out by Billy. I love this guy. This guy's excellent, man. Check it out. Stevie, we got some takers here, man. Let's see who we got. Oh, look at that. We got Paul, baby. Come on. And then we got Sean, baby. Woo. Think about it. And then we got, hey, guys, listen, it's been a while since we've seen this guy, and it's awesome to have him back on the stream. Joe, man, welcome to the program, man. Welcome back.
How we doing?
Welcome to Civilization.
How you doing?
Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Sean.
Hey, Paul.
Paul, what's at that hello, man? We got to get some high energy in here, man. That's very low energy, dude.
It's really late, isn't it?
Yeah, it is late, yeah, and hot.
Oh, yeah, fucking hell. I'm in my underwear right now.
Before we get into anything, Sean, I want to ask you, how you doing, man? How's your voice? You okay?
I haven't. I started being able to use it Thursday, I was told, and I got to speak to Aaron that day. It was kind of nice. It was the first person I spoke to.
Good.
And I haven't spoken all day today, so this is the first time speaking today. So I'll just speak for a little bit. I'm not allowed to scream, whisper. Also found out it's not cancer, so that was good news.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah.
Good on you, man. I'm glad everything worked out, and we're glad you're healthy, and we're glad you joined us. It's really cool.
Seeing everybody.
Yeah.
And
Joe.
if you mention cancer, I light a fag up.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Totally. We got the Pill Cat is live, baby. The Pill Cat is live in the house. I think we're at capacity now, correct? Because Mika doesn't pay the bill.
How many can you have at once?
Six.
I think six. I think six.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Hold on, Stevie. Entertain these mongrels. I gotta take a piss. Hang on.
Mongrels. That's not.
Isn't it, eh?
How is everybody? Good week.
Yeah, I've been home.
Yeah.
Yeah, enjoyed seeing you busting out the guitars there, Sean. That was cool.
Yeah, you've got some nice guitar.
It became a way of speaking without speaking, if that makes sense, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, using your guitar to speak.
Yeah.
Like your emotion. Yeah.
One of the first things I did when I got home from the hospital, I was listening to a Ramones record really loud, and my hand started moving like this really fast. So I started like waking up and coming out of being in anesthesia, and it was a good feeling, like coming back to life.
As you're playing along to Ramones records is like my favorite thing to do ever. Like so much, like so good.
It's a good feeling.
Even if you can't play the guitar, you can still play along with it.
You don't need to, you know.
Yeah. Just bash the guitar.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me? My microphone?
Can hear you, Michael.
Yeah,
Michael.
Your mic is kind of low, Michael.
Okay, this is a new thing, so I don't know how to use it yet. How about that?
That's much
Yeah,
better.
that's good. That's good.
Right on. All right, thank you. Good to see you guys. This is my friend Moshe.
Hey,
Yeah, Moshe.
I've known Moshe for many years. He used to have dreadlocks way back in the day.
Hey, man, listen, I feel your pain, buddy. I've been
Cheers.
there. Yeah. Cheers, dude.
Here, we're going to do a shot and pour you enough of yours. Hey, so Moshe is a screen printer.
Cool.
And I've known him for years. He's been a screen printer forever, but he's going to do shirts of this guy. That's right.
Oh, cool, man. That'll be fun.
This dude. That dude's going to have shirts soon.
hey, Ryan, you've got two finks there.
Oops.
I do. I have a small fink as well.
I noticed that. Yeah, I thought it was like a baby fink.
All right, cheers.
Nice.
Cheers, everybody. Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers out there, man.
Where did Stevie go?
Oh, where did Stevie go? Oh, the co-host is gone.
Phone died.
Oh, hold on. I got him back here. Hang on. Haggis, are you with us?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Welcome back, buddy. Welcome back.
Something happened and it just disappeared.
Something happened. I love it. Dude, I'm not gonna lie to you. It was like 2 minutes before the stream, And I'm like, not trying to be like a worrywart or anything, but like I'm texting Stevie like, hey man, are you coming to this thing? Because like I'm all alone on the screen right now. I'm pretty sure.
Marky Ramon would have helped you out.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I could do it, but I don't want to do it like that. Yeah, maybe I call Marky. So I want to talk real quick. First, I want to go to Joe, man, because Joe, we haven't seen you in a while, and you just put out a new video, which was awesome. I love that Cron Gen record you showed. That's one of my favorites. And yeah. But dude, tell us what you've been doing, what's going on, and it's good to see you. Dude. Cheers.
Yeah, well, I did like a video like I don't know, like 3 or 4 months ago, and then it was like the bank holiday weekend or something, and then we went away and then came back, and then I had COVID, and then like as I said in the video, like I'm in the process of moving. So basically, like we were going to be moving hopefully at the end of this month, but the house we're buying, the people that we're buying from are pulled out of their sale, so now that's all delayed again. So we're kind of like living out of boxes and sorting our life out and stuff, but we don't know when that's going to be. So yeah, so it was one of them, and I was going to wait and do a video like once we'd moved.
Yeah.
But I was like, it's been like 3 months. I should just do something. So I did.
Good. But, it was cool, man. Yeah. And I loved the music in the intro. I love the Exploding Hearts. They're one of my favorites.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
so good.
That was like the music of my teenage years. Like I lived with like that band as the soundtrack to my life. I love them. And
I only discovered them. I probably discovered them maybe like 5 or 6 years ago.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Because I mean, no one talks about them over here, so it was just one of those bands I came across. I was like, oh shit, like how good is this? You know?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people in America don't even really talk about. I mean, they're known in like the punk. You know, if you're like in an underground.
Well, it's funny because like I don't know, maybe a couple of years ago, like it seemed like everyone was getting into like 70s punk and it was becoming cool again.
Right, it went full circle.
Yeah, and then it was sort of like people were like, I mean, like people I know, like that are American or whatever, like on Facebook, were like obsessed with like the Exploding Hearts and like, you know, and like that band Wildlife and all that sort of started coming up.
Yeah,
everyone was going about the Exploding Hearts and like wearing polka dots and stuff like that.
Yeah, totally.
And I was like, oh, these bands are really cool. And obviously, I'd never heard of them because over here, like, you don't get people talking about the Exploding Hearts or Wildlife or.
I mean, Joe, when I heard Guitar Romantic for the first time, I said, holy shit, like this is the band that's going to do it. This is the band that's going to do it. And this is where I want to be. Like, this is it. Like they had it all, man.
It's funny. The tragic ending, that band.
Yeah. Very sad.
All but one passed away.
Wasn't he in the Riffs as well or something at one point? The guy that survived, he played in the Riffs for a bit or something.
He played
like the bass player or something?
But he started another band called the Nice Boys. And the Nice Boys are good, jangly kind of power pop. They don't hold a candle to the Exploding Hearts, but they're good, I just was blown away. I'm still blown away. It sounds as fresh as it did the first time I heard it. And what I loved was you played the second record, Shattered, which is like a comp of like some of the newer stuff and newer stuff then, But
what's funny about that is that like on my channel I've got like this is like my third attempt at doing like a VC channel. I had one like 10 years ago, and then I had like this channel, but maybe like 7 years ago or something. And I found like an old video that was like is now private from like 2015 or something. And it's me like, oh, I've just bought this record and it's like Shattered.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And I was like, I just showed that. Like, I just talked about that the other day. Like,
yeah. Well, King Louie just passed away too, not too recently, which is a bummer. He had a big part in the Exploding Hearts as well. So rest in peace. And also, you guys hear about Gordy Lewis from Teenage Head?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
crazy.
Yeah.
What happened to him?
He was allegedly murdered by his own son.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
what band was he in?
Teenage Head.
I think his son even called the police or something and said, somebody better get over here. My dad's been like this for a while. It's really sad.
Whoa.
And then important.
I don't want to, talk about what I think happened. I don't know. I just read the article. It was allegedly his son who did it, and it's just such a shame that's how he met his end. You know.
Well, you know what? If there's a positive way to look at news like that, it's like at least not a lot of people could say this, but that guy left behind so much stuff that he created that people love. That it's like, it's like that's fantastic that at least he has that.
He was in one of the greatest rock and roll bands that ever come out of Canada, in my opinion. I mean, the guitarist, one of the best Canadian. I mean, I lump them into the punk thing. I think they got a punk sound too, but they're just a rock and roll band, man, through and through. I mean, that's
the Clash of Disco.
Yeah. And John says Teenage Head is carrying on, which makes no sense to me. You could say they ain't got no sense. No pun intended. But I mean,
by the way, I think Stevie's muted.
Frankie's gone, and now Gordy. Oh, now he's muted. Now he's gone. Well, at least he did the intro, which is kind of cool. So I had a co-host for a minute. But rest in peace, Gordy, man. You made some awesome tunes. That's a real bummer to hear, man.
It was really sad to hear that.
Yeah.
Now, what's the Teenage Head album with the letters going across the top that are kind of tilted? Teenage Head across the top.
I'll show you. It's their first album. It's a
that's the one I know. That's
and then their next one, Frantic City, was awesome too. But let me see here. I got it. Yeah, this one here.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
the one.
this
That's
is
the one I
killer,
know.
man. Yeah, this is killer.
I make a
What was
great
that film? There was a film that they were on. What was that film? And they were like playing in like a scene in the film.
I didn't boot
Well,
Steve.
have I dreamt that?
I don't know.
Have I
I don't know
dreamt
what film they were in.
I just saw that second album for €15. Should have picked
Oh,
it up.
that's worth picking up, dude.
Cheers.
Look at them on the back. This is awesome.
Look like the New York Dolls.
Look at that. I was talking to Bruce the other day. We were texting and we were talking about Teenage Head Live stuff and I randomly I was like, okay, I'll go on YouTube and watch it, and I click on the first thing and it's them covering The Boys first time, and I think it was like 8 months before Frankie died, and dude, I was like blown away by their cover because I love that song. I don't think anybody does it as good as The Boys, but Teenage Head came pretty close. They're pretty good.
Have you had the Special Duties cover of it?
No.
It's on the what's the album called? 77 and 82.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But
Yeah,
I never heard that.
It's not that great, but it's great if you know what I mean.
Well, it's kind of funny to hear their take on it, right?
Yeah, it's just his voice is just well funny. Like, there's like, it's great. It's great.
My co-host is back, baby. Stevie, say something to the people so we can hear
Yeah, I
you.
can hear it now.
There we go.
Oh, a little bit.
Phone. It's my phone.
Hey.
Over here. Can you hear me?
Hey, all right, so let's.
Yeah, I can hear you, Steve.
Can we hear Stevie? Okay, Stevie.
Yeah. Sounds like he's
Yeah.
laptop.
Did he burp check?
Yeah.
I did not.
Yeah.
Stevie,
They found
there's vicious rumors going around that I booted you from the stream. Can you elaborate on that, please?
I don't know.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for. Thanks. You're doing great.
That then fuck you.
This is going bad.
See, look, I'm getting pretty good at this.
Even
right?
good with the clips,
Yeah,
yeah.
Thank you. I'm trying. I get a lot of respect for Mika for doing this. It's kind of hard to keep up with this shit. But let's go around the horn. Let's see what you got lately, or just what you're listening to. Let's start with Paul. Paul, I know you just took a trip to Paris.
Oh, yeah.
You got a hell of a lot.
Oh, man.
I won't spoil your. I've got quite a few 45s here. But
Holy.
It's only a few, yeah.
We have 5 hours.
I won't go
Yeah,
through
sure.
them all, but I mean, not everything is to everyone's taste here. So I think I'll just pick out a few that people might like. So maybe some of the glam stuff. Well, actually, I just like the French 45s are just cool because I think you can do your own artwork in France. This is like a Credence, Susie Q, the Dale Hawkins cover.
Yeah.
But
Good too.
just
Great
Yeah,
picture
what else?
sleeve, man.
Yeah, the picture stays good. This is great just because it's cheese, kung fu fighting. I like the, just to remind you, it was number 1 in England.
Yeah.
Let me go through some of this stuff that you don't want to see. I'll show you the glam stuff. That's probably the knack. But I think someone, maybe Teresa had this in France.
Yeah,
wrote her name across the breast there.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
It was definitely hers.
They're definitely hers. I'll show you lots of sound. Oh, I think I've showed this before. The Osmonds, but Crazy Horses, Ryan, the French.
That's a crazy song.
Great heavy metal track.
I would say that might be a satanic song.
I love these. Susie looking good there.
Oh yeah, that'd be a good outfit for Ryan Kidd.
Here's another Susie one. I've been looking for this for a long time. I had it and lost it.
Oh no.
48 Crash and Little Bitch Blue. John will appreciate these, I think. The Rolling Stones. I mean, these covers. What were they thinking?
Who's that?
That's the Stones. Angie, I think.
Strange.
Never heard of it.
I also like the way they put their tour dates on the back. 15th of October in Antwerp, 17th in there. This is quite a cool one. The guy he had 20 euros on it. I said, come on. He goes, okay, I'll give it to you for nothing.
What, for 20 to nothing?
I know. It just showed me how much he was ripping me off on the other stuff. But it's pretty psychedelic. It's up 20, was it 2,000 light years from home? It's off the Satanic Majesty's Request, and the B-side is She's a Rainbow. Just cool to get picked up a few Stones things here. The sort of homage to Sticky Fingers. A lot of other. John again. Lots of nice glam stuff.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, these are great picture sleeves, dude. Like John's saying, man, excellent.
Look at these glam bands, man.
Again, some of them are not as good, but
they're all just like the crap sleeves. Like, I love
I've got the crap English ones as well. So these are.
Quite right, man.
Very
You guys know the Spotniks? They're like Sweden's answer to the Ventures. Loving those outfits.
They look mental, don't they?
I think they used to play with those astronaut outfits on stage.
They actually they reissued that like a year ago, like an LP.
Yeah, there was a couple of these, right?
Still looking like that.
Apparently, they sped up the recordings. They didn't play that fast.
Well, it's hard for me to talk shit when I showed a Bay City Rollers record the other day.
Boy, here's some sweet stuff. Sweet looking, pretty sweet there.
That's cool.
This one is. I haven't seen this foreign version of it either. But Ballroom Blitz.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, man, that's a classic.
The weird pictures of the boys there. They look about 12. I don't know what they've done to their pictures, but
Them's girls, y'all.
Yeah, they had a nice Ryan will like this one. T-Rex. I love Raw Ramp as well.
Get it on, baby. Bang or gone. Think about it.
Picture. What is that? I don't want to know what that is. But
It's a butt crack.
Yeah, it's a sunrise over a butt crack.
Yeah. What else we got here? Oh, this is quite. I remember this at the time, like a French punk band. Telephone.
Dude, I've been looking for that forever.
What?
Telephone is awesome. That band is great.
The Metro's too much and Take What You Want or whatever. Yeah, they're kind of the French Rolling Stones.
That band rules, man.
And again, on that guitar intro stuff, the Tornadoes. This is quite a cool cover. This is another one that was 10 euros. Then I talked him down to €1 somehow.
That is amazing. But just the cover alone.
Yeah, that's about it. There's 50 here, so they're the highlights.
Listen, man, I got 5 hours, and you're showing some great stuff. So
I'll make a video.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff, man. You really scored on the Paris Hall.
I took an empty suitcase. Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna do when I visit you, man.
Yeah.
Let's go to Sean. Sean, I mean, I know it's been a kind of a down week for you. I know you.
Yeah, I just took out one thing today that I was listening to all morning that I kept putting it on again and again.
Oh yeah,
I love that single.
Yeah, it's great.
The Slicky Boys were a band I'd heard a million times. Like I heard about them, but I never bought anything. And then that finally got reissued, so I checked it out too, and I bought it. And I loved it, man. They're from DC, right?
I was always into them because the producer, ended up working with a lot of the DC bands and worked with John Frusciante too.
Right. How cool is that riff though in Here to Stay?
Oh,
it's a great riff,
it's
man.
phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
What do you think though about the B-side, Porcelain Butter Kitten?
Not so good.
Yeah, not very good.
Not so good. That's why I said that the A side you just keep putting on again and again and again and again and again.
Yeah, the A side.
Have you guys ever tried to play the song you don't like at a different speed, like Martin Jones does? Does that ever fix it?
Jolene, right?
I think I told this story, but there was a guy I used to go to like this. I don't know if I told the story. Let me know. I don't know, but there's this venue I used to go to. We used to play all the time called the Meat Locker. It was in Montclair, New Jersey, and it was like this underground, below a restaurant, weird thing. And there's this guy Roy who lived there. He lived there at the venue, and we used to go just to hang out. And he had a record player, and we went down there one day, and he was playing this Bob Dylan record on 45. And I said, hey, Roy, you got the record on the wrong speed, man. It's like way too fast. He goes, no, I got to do something soon. I don't have enough time to listen to it on the regular. Fucking weirdo, man. That's just how his mind worked, dude. It was.
That is great. That is great.
There's a reason. Was he selling records? Is that what he said? He was selling records. He had a record store or something. Is that what he said?
No. He lived under the.
He lived under the venue. Okay. Well, for me, like when I grade records for eBay, sometimes there's records I don't really want to hear, but I have to play them to make sure they don't skip, and I'll turn them on the fastest speed possible just to get through it. So I listened to Elvis 78.
Miss you. What comment did I skip over? Do it again. I don't know what you said. I'm trying to keep up with it.
Look, Ryan, gotta give him a break.
What?
I was going to say, Mika got me onto that. If I miss the stream here, I watch it on double speed in 2.5 hours the next day.
Talking head.
Cliff said he sounds like a dude from New Jersey, and he was, yes.
Maybe we can move more, Paul, to make it more entertaining when it's sped up. We'll move from side to side.
Yes.
I've done that plenty of times, though. Like, what pisses me off sometimes is like a lot of these punk bands. They'll like joke around on the label and say, "Oh, it's 33 RPM," when it's really 45, and I'm sitting there for like 10 seconds, 5-10 seconds, and I'm like, "Wow, this band sucks." And then, and then I realize that it's on the wrong speed, and I go, oh, "Okay."
Yeah.
Or you say this band's great, and then when you hear them on the right speed, you're like, "Oh,
yeah, oh man." All of a sudden, they sound like a stoner doom metal band or something I didn't know I was into.
But this guy Martin Jones on YouTube, I don't know if you've ever watched his videos, but he's basically a punk rock guy, right? But every now and then he'll get into a band like Kiss, like he'll go and try to discover Kiss for the first time, and he'll say, "Well, I like Kiss, but I got to play him at 38 RPM." Like he's got a very specific speed that he has to play certain bands so that he can listen to them.
Oh man,
I think that's fantastic.
It's pretty good, man. I love it.
16 RPM. Anybody ever found a 16? I've never seen one. Have you?
Yeah, I have one.
16.
I don't know.
I have a player at work that'll do that, and
what are they? Spoken word, right?
No, I do it on regular records just to mess with people. I'll slow it down.
Oh, right.
One of my favorite stories on here was John when he's like, "Oh, I got the Sex Pistols 12-inch Anarchy in the UK," and he played it on 33 for like weeks because he thought that's just what it played on. So he was hearing like this ultra slow version of Anarchy in the UK, and I was like, "It's probably still good on 33
or something like that."
That's how I learned the guitar. I recorded Never Mind the Bollocks on reel-to-reel cassette tape. Then I slowed it way down. Then I had the music. I was trying to play a lot. The chords didn't match because it was all slowed down.
Yeah.
Couldn't figure it out. Yeah.
You're gonna need
the guitars on that album anyway. You
just need one chord anyway, right? Yeah.
Paul's like, "Why is Steve Jones in drop D tuning?"
What's that C-sharp diminished? Yeah.
Okay, I think
Steve Jones invented heavy metal guitar.
Doom guitar.
Yeah.
Imagine this. You know how Mr. Bizarro Aaron does those streams where it's like Hydra and 3 people play whatever music they want, basically. And imagine a stream that was based on picking songs that sounded good, slowed way down. So you can get away with copyright shit at that point. You could play anything, and you don't have to play the whole song, just a segment of it to show like, oh, that sounds great at that speed.
Yeah, you know what? I love the idea, but Pilmer's always looking for a way around the copyright, dude.
Yeah, but isn't that beautiful though? You could do it, and then it would still be so. You could play like Beatles all day long at like 12. 12.
Play them in reverse the whole time.
Yeah,
It would be Doom.
Reverse.
pretty funny. Stevie,
Total scale.
let's go to
Yo.
Stevie. What do you got lately? Are you around your records? It looks like you're in a kitchen.
Nope. I brought a pile down, just stuff that, some new stuff that I've picked up and some stuff that I've been listening to. So obviously for my last video, I'd showed a Frampted
Really?
7. So I was listening to the 12, the 12 Under the Ashes. Just brutal, fucking crusty, nasty stuff. Japanese band. If anybody's into that type of thing,
You got me
awesome.
listening to that band now too.
I have that one.
That-
It's a good one.
The fifth track, Consuming Shit and Mind Pollution, is a
That's
Radio friendly. Yeah.
list
should be the theme for
And
this
the-
stream.
in the same sort of vein. Obviously, got me listening. I picked it. Disclose
Oh yeah.
Tragedy,
Nice.
just a stone wall classic. Like, see the noise that this band produces. Like, it is just a wall of noise.
Chainsaw.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That's some disturbing cover art right there. Yeah.
That's just Discharge, isn't it? You
Yeah,
know,
I think they like Discharge a little bit, you know.
Yeah, they look like
Yeah,
a fun
yeah.
band.
they've definitely took, obviously, influence for Discharge, but like that picture, it's just and
Yeah, it's like
these tragedies,
yeah,
but it's
So I feel after this stream.
That's me on
It's the
Sunday
me-
morning. Yeah.
it's obviously the message. These tragedies must not happen again. You know,
That's just the
It's-
chat.
shit like that should be spoke about, but it
Yeah.
gets brushed over. Anyway, another picked out
Lumpy in the dumpers, baby.
Unit Dumper, just fucking weirdo, frantic, hardcore. Such a great band, great label, and I'm sure it's heard that they're stopped. Like,
Lumpy's
they're
done.
not going to release any more stuff, which is pretty shit because fucking awesome label. The next two I'm going to show, these are pickups that I've no long picked up. This is a comp by a Japanese band. They're called X Video. So they did a demo and then they did 2/7s, and this is the 2/7s, like flies on shit, and I need it. This is just like a Japanese gaggers, like just trashy rock and roll. Really, really cool stuff. Good guitar lines, vocals. Definitely check them out. You
Yeah,
get
you sent me a video. They were awesome.
Yeah. you'll
They
get
look like the
stuff on.
briefs.
Yeah, they're like, you know, it's like that mid 2000, you know, punk, where they went, you know, everything went trashy and leather jackets, and they sort of tried to take the original 70s image and take it a bit further. And then Tenement Rats, Sod's Law, that dude here is the drummer from the Gaggers.
Oh,
Sure.
love the Jaggers.
Yeah, they
Like, he's a great drummer, but on CIA, the track CIA, his fucking drumming is super sick. It's like really, really good. I know that you're not too big in them, Ryan. The vocals were a bit.
that's true.
They're quite back in the mix.
Yeah, the music's great. I wish the vocals were more up front,
Yeah,
but they sound good, man. Yeah.
and these are just obviously two older albums that I have like a little box, and I'll just pull like records and set them in the box with stuff to listen to, stuff that I've just got. And I was really in the the mood for
nice.
so obviously
Classic.
first album,
Excellent.
fucking just an absolute classic, and show a lot of punk and stuff like that and more, but obviously like lots of different genres of music and stuff like that, and I really like goth rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great stuff, man.
In the flat field, in a god in an alcove. What a fucking track! Honestly, just amazing shit, and I just love that artwork. He's wee P.I. He's little tiny.
Oh, Stevie, you're gonna get us banned off the.
P.I.
Get that off the screen, Stevie. Damn. Doctor and the Kid banned because of the haggis. That's a great record, though, man. Bauhaus.
Yeah, man. But that's me.
Yeah, good stuff, man. I think when you showed that X video record, John commented, they definitely shop at the punk rock boutique. And it reminded me of a story like I was like 16 and I went to New York City with my girlfriend at the time, and we were going to go see the Adolescents at CBGB's. And before we went to Trash and Vaudeville, right? You know, are you guys familiar with the Trash and Vaudeville store?
Oh, yeah.
It's not there anymore, but it was then.
They did Manic Panic.
Yeah, it was like this, punk rock store or whatever. You could buy punk rock clothes and whatever. And I went in there and I bought a pair of pants, right? So I had the bag with me, and I was walking into CBGB's, and this door guy who was like this humongous skinhead, right? He's like checking IDs, and he looked at me and he goes, "Oh, well, somebody went shopping today, didn't they?" And I went, "Oh man, I guess I'm not so cool." You know,
You would probably be right.
yeah, that guy was cool. I was not cool.
That's at the hotel before you go to the club, man. You got.
I didn't have a hotel. I lived in New Jersey. I was taking the train. You know.
Yeah, I would have to drop it.
That memory sticks in my head. I laugh about it now. At the time, I was like so embarrassed. Like, oh my god.
Well, you know who was the girls that Trash and Vaudeville was? Trish and Snooki or something. They owned Trash and Vaudeville, and they did Manic Panic. They did the Manic Panic thing too. The hair dye.
The only one I knew was Jimmy, the guy who was always there. He looked like Iggy Pop.
Yeah, he always dressed the part. He always dressed in exactly what they were selling, right? Was that him, Jimmy?
No, I didn't change into my new pants in the bathroom, Miss You. I didn't do that. Yeah, but Jimmy was cool, man. Jimmy was always hanging out, deck to the nines.
He was dressed in what they were selling, basically, right? I remember him. Yeah. Well,
cool story.
I got to tell you this cool story about how cool that store was. I was on tour once with Devo 10, 15 years ago, and our luggage got lost. So I was walking around New York City in the same T-shirt for like a day and a half. And I walked into Trash and Vaudeville, and I'm looking at the shirts, and Trish and I started talking about whatever. Why are you in town? I'm here with Devo. We started talking, and I told her about the luggage being lost. And I was like, I'm trying to find the most affordable shirt here because I've been wearing this for a day and a half. She was like, oh, I'll totally give you like a couple of Trash and Vaudeville shirts for free. She was like, I know how it is touring. Totally on me. Of course, I bought a couple other shirts, but she was so damn cool, that woman.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah,
they were
very
cool. Yeah, they were definitely cool. I that store was like, I would save my money like from the shitty job I was working as like a 16-year-old to go there and buy like overpriced like crappy punk clothes. You know, now I don't give a shit. You know, but then it was cool. You know, it's what you did. You know?
Hey, Stevie, where'd you get your stuff, Stevie? Online or any record stores there?
Like, what do you mean, vinyl?
Yeah.
Yeah, the record stores are a hit or a miss. You know, it's pretty tough, like to get, you know, like stuff like that.
Yeah.
So a lot of it's distros, a lot of it's, you know, online, just
eBay or whatever. Yeah.
I think actually, Mika and Ryan had a conversation one day about obviously how, you know, getting stuff and stuff that we like, and it's becoming more and more, and especially with the hike in price, it's becoming more and more that you're going to a distro, you're going to a Discog seller, because it is just, the price is hiked up and everything.
Yeah. And postage is out of control.
Oh,
It's more of a luxury these days, really.
Yeah, totally.
postage is a fucking bitch.
You showed some great stuff, man. Thanks for sharing all that stuff. It was awesome.
We're still pretty fortunate here when it comes to record stores.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're in a good spot, sure.
And even like you talking about that store in New York, I remember that store, and the version of that in Philly still exists. Very
Well,
similar store.
Do you have Angry Young and Poor?
Well, the store here, they call it a Crash Bang Boom.
It's like,
Okay, I never went to that one. Yeah.
It's been around forever.
bro, you spent way too much on
I used to buy so much stuff for Angry Young and Poor when I was younger.
Me too.
Like,
Yeah, that was
import
my
it over. Like,
that was my spot, dude. Yeah, Joe. Joe knows what I'm talking about. Clifford says, Sean, you've got sit and spin.
What?
That doesn't sound right.
oh,
That's
sounds
the
like
clip for the
you
age
wake up
right there. Yeah.
Cliff's just the gate.
Hey, man, it's
Have you
2020.
guys
Live how you
ever
wanna
sat-
live, baby.
Have you ever sat on a sit and spin before?
I don't like where this stream is going. We're having a
It was an actual toy for kids, and for some reason it was a disc with basically a handle that came out of the middle, and you held on to this circle handle, and then for some reason it just spun you around naturally. I don't know, I don't know. It was something kids spun around on until they got sick.
Listen,
Yeah.
Silver, you don't have to explain yourself, man. It's 2022. You live how you want to live, baby. All right. No judgment here, baby. We love you.
It's a record store here, too. It's one of the many record stores here.
Pilmer, show us what you're listening to lately, or anything you got
Okay.
lately. What's on your radar here?
Oh yeah, I got some vinyl here to show you. Okay, so there's this power pop band.
Nice.
They look lamer than the Bay City Rollers.
Yeah,
Power pop.
there's this power pop band. I mean, you can tell they're power pop. Look, that is power pop right there,
Oh,
they're so happy, aren't they?
Oh,
right? It's like
Spanish
what's
Liverpool.
that? And then also I've been listening to this. They're more kind of garagey punk.
Now,
You
is,
can tell by their dress.
is Ricky Martin in the band at this point?
Not yet. Okay. And there's this other band. They're kind of like Devo.
This is like a child sex ring.
It's just
Fuck
Devo.
you.
They're in their protective suits. They're Devo. And then there's this other one where they kind of, I don't know, they just turned gay, I
There we
think.
go.
I think so.
Protection from fucking Jimmy Savile.
Ricky Martin might be in this one. But the best thing about this one is this, because it came with this. Okay. Whoa, look at this insert. That's the punkest insert. Fucking awesome. Okay.
Nice.
And then they did a cover of Bomber by Motorhead. Oh, I know you guys like to see the center labels. Promo, white label.
Paul Mika, he loves promos and test pressings.
I rest my fucking case.
Hey, Pilmer, the crowd wants to know. Let me find the comment here. What's the story with your boy there? Give us the goods, brother. Introduce
My friend-
yourself.
Sorry about the microphone. We haven't figured out how close we have to be to it. to
You
talk.
sound great. Yeah, you sound
Okay,
great.
so this is my friend Moshe. I met him many, many years ago. He worked for a screen printer that I used 20 years ago.
we
and
want Moshe
we
to
kind of stayed in touch a little bit through the underground punk rock scene. But then I haven't seen him in a long time, many years. And then we just happened to meet up recently. This is the first time he's ever been to my house ever since I've known him. And he just walked in and sat in front of the camera. I haven't taken him around, nothing.
Can
We
we-
just sat down and started drinking. This
Can
is the first time
Can we talk to Moshe?
Yeah, Moshe's awesome. Come here.
Oh,
Hey, give him the mic.
hi.
Hey,
Yeah.
Hey,
It's better if you ask me questions because I don't really. I'm not.
Yeah, yeah.
oh yeah, we're gonna ask you a question. First of all, thanks
Yeah.
for coming on the show, man. Much respect. Appreciate it.
Dog.
Things group in there.
You gotta rub it. Okay, there we go.
So, Moshe, what kind of tunes are you into? What do you like? What's your favorite
Oh
band?
man, I listen to everything, man.
Don't say that.
No, but it's true though. It's true though. Like,
But he was
all
just
right,
telling me what he's really into a minute ago.
some of my shit. Like, I listen to mostly like black metal and hip hop, and all like the subgenres associated with those two. Noise. I listen to a fair bit of noise, so you know that kind of shit.
Now the black
Death
metal.
metal and hip hop. What?
When I first heard about the black metal, I said, I don't know about these guys. These guys are kind of wild. And then I listened to some of the stuff, but it's pretty close to punk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a transition, you know. When you're into punk as a kid, and then you're like, hey, this isn't cutting it anymore. I need something harder.
That's black metal punk
You
right
go
there.
to black metal. Yeah, that's some of the first to do it. You feel me?
Give us some bands of like bands you like that you're listening to lately. Like, what do you like?
Oh man, I've been on a tear lately, just trying to find some folks to work with for printing and shit. So there's this dude Black Braid from New York somewhere. Who else do I listen to right now? I'm blanking out here because I can't. I can look at my Spotify, but I've been following like a billion.
Oh wait, can we show you?
Fucking just the usual suspects. Blood Incantation. I like shit. I listen to a lot is like Thy Light, and there's this band called Kill Me that I really like, but I don't think they put anything out for several years. I just listen to the same shit over and over. Yeah. There's this dude who has a song whose band name is. He's a noise dude. His name is God Noise God. I love it. It's like wall. It's like harsh wall noise. This shit's fire.
Harsh wall noise. What the hell is that?
It's so.
Is that a genre?
I guess.
Yeah, it sounds like a genre. Yeah.
Harsh wall noise. Okay, so anyway, so I met him because he was a screen printer at a big company that I used to work with Devo and all these bands, and then now he's got his own basically little company, just him,
just me.
And look at his logo for his company, dude. Look at this. Isn't that cool? That's rad. And what does it say?
It says Forgotten Lore.
Forgotten Lore.
Okay. All right. Cool, man. Hey, congratulations on your company, man. That's awesome. You're doing something on your own. Starting your own.
I do all right, I like what I do. So.
And look, his company is his side gig. He has a real job, but he has his company on the side.
Yeah, just for more like art, just like for the sake of doing it because I enjoy it. I enjoy doing it, and I've been doing this laser thing for last 4 years.
Laser cutting?
Yeah, I do it's like a giant CNC machine for fabric. I use a laser.
That's pretty interesting stuff, dude. Like,
yeah,
and it's awesome that you started your own thing. I love that. I got a lot of respect for you for that, man. That's cool. Do something you love, And do you seek out the artists like, hey, I can print stuff for you, or they come to you? What's going on?
I have been because I like as many of the bands as I've worked for. I just print monkey. I just pull squeegees all day, so nobody really know who I am. Yeah. So I've been reaching out to like a lot of bands and just being like, hey, you need some shirts printed.
Cool.
I got you. You know, like.
And he doesn't use just typical inks. Like he'll do sublimation. He'll do all kinds of crazy shit that you've never even heard of. Just because he's into it that much, he experiments with all that shit.
Yeah. So I like a lot of I like doing like specialty inks more. Just because they're cool and printing. You look at the same thing and for a while you're just like, all right, man.
Well, you were like Michael said, you were working at like a big screen printing place. Like it's probably kind of monotonous after a while. No, like the same kind of stuff. Like, you have a little more creativity now.
They printed cool stuff though.
Like you always anytime a band has a new shirt, and like new art, you're just like, yo, that shit's so sick. I need one. And then like you end up having a closet full of shit.
Tell them some of the bands. Tell them some of the bands.
Yeah, some of the bands.
I printed for Tate and Blood is probably one of my favorite bands I've ever printed for. Ziggurat, I printed for them, and like, dude, Ziggurat are fucking sick. When they were like, yo, we want shirts, I was like, yo, what the fuck?
No, back when you were like doing it with the other company. Like, Tannis Root.
Yeah, so I used to work with I like to say I work with Pilmer just because I was always fun to hang out with him when he came in. But I used to print for what is it like? What did you use? Sonic Youth and Tenacious D.
Sonic Youth, Tenacious D, White Stripes.
One of the ones I liked the most was Pretty Lights. Like the shirts were pretty tight, and Pretty Lights music was fire. So that shit was really cool.
But they had big accounts, man. They were always cranking out.
That was my first apparel printing job, and I kind of just got thrown in there and they were like fed to the lions. I'd come from printing POP and signage for like gas stations and stuff on like completely different presses. It was like big clamshell presses where it's like a 6 foot by 8 foot fucking table, and it's just like, you know, now I'm like printing t-shirts. So I was like, I have no idea what I'm doing. And all of a sudden, like, what the fuck is this machine doing? You know, like, and
no, that's cool though, man. You got to start somewhere, man, and you did it. Now you're doing your own thing. I love it. I think that's really cool. It's called Forgotten Lore.
Yeah, you know, it's like an Edgar Allan Poe thing. I've been like sad boy shit since childhood. So Edgar Allan Poe
does the Bauhaus record that Stevie showed.
Yeah. Bauhaus. Bela Lugosi's left. The Bats have left the Belfry was that one track. Bela Lugosi's dead. No, it's Bela Lugosi's dead.
Yeah.
And that line from his Bats have left the Belfry, like that shit like got me when I heard that. I was like, whoa.
That's cool, man. That's cool. So you were saying that you were into punk kind of early. You kind of evolved later on in life, but what kind of punk were you listening to like growing up?
Let's see. I first started listening to punk shit when I was like 12 years old. I found "Hopelessly Devoted to You" Volume 3, I think, and I was just like, "Yo, this is kind of tight." And then immediately needed something harder. And
what were some of the bands on that?
On Hopelessly. Oh my god, I don't even know. Probably No Effects. Whoever was on Hopeless Records at that point. So
I remember like getting a sampler from them, like one of the first Warped tours I ever went to, or something. Yeah, or something like that.
That was probably one of them. I was a young little kid, and then I immediately started listening to like Sex Pistols and you know I didn't like the Ramones, too rock and roll, not enough like anger for me.
Oh, the anger's there, man. You gotta listen.
You gotta feel it. It's like
yeah.
It's like they did way too much dope first, you know. And I was just like, so I was like, I wasn't really feeling it because I didn't get it at the time, you know. Now I'm like, yeah, it's more rock and roll for me. But I was like, as far as like the older shit I listened to, I like Major Accident. I like a lot of Clockwork Orange, so it was like Major Accident, Lower Class Brats.
What about Coxbar? They kind of did Druids Don't Roam kind of stuff.
All that shit. And I was really big into the anarcho-punk shit, so it was like Crass, Flux Pink Indians.
Yeah, that's great stuff. Yeah,
it's like all that shit, man.
Cool, man.
And that's kind of like, it did it for me for a while. And then in high school, a buddy of mine was like, Cradle of Filth, and I was like, didn't really get it, but I was like, yo, I fuck with it. And then maybe by the time I was like 19, I was like, black metal, yo, let's do this.
All right, you're into it. All right, cool.
Well, Ryan, your girlfriend is into black metal, right?
Yes, yeah, she loves that stuff.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
You guys could probably talk all day about black metal bands. Well, listen, like I said, man, I listened to it. I'm like, oh, this is cool. There's like, it sounds like some hardcore punk stuff to me.
Yeah, it really does. It's like, I feel like they got a lot of the same elements. There's a lot of like overlap. And so you get like you get cool mixes in there. So I just printed shirts for this dude. He's super sick. He was in Florida, but he just literally just moved to Portland last week, I think. Shipped his shit out there and flew over there. But his band's name is Coffin Nail, and it's just like the most brutal, just like angry, crusty death grind. Like so good. Highly recommend listening to it.
Get him to send us some records.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, tell him to send you some.
Dude, that's it. I don't even think he has like any physical merch like besides the shirt I printed for him. It's just
cool.
He's all because you know it's him. It's like black metal's a very one man band and will pretend to be an ensemble. You know.
That's awesome. Fake it till you make it.
Well, hey, I mean, dude, I appreciate you sharing your story a little bit, and we'll listen. This whole thing is we're gonna bullshit for a couple of hours.
So that's a funny question. I have not, but like so. I thought about trying that a while back, just, fucking draining my vein into like a screen or something. Problem with that is the hemoglobin separates, and so you get like the clear plasma shit, and then it clogs up your screen, and it doesn't sit in the shirt very well. It doesn't really work like an ink, even though it's kind of thick like it. So you've got to like put it through this whole process, and it's just like a lot of work. And
look, this is why I hang out with this guy, because a semi-joke post like that turns into like the truth real quick.
Well, the things you learn on Doctor and the Kid, man.
For years, like, yo, that shit would be super tight. But now I'm at a point where like I think I can actually try it. So, because I use a lot of the ink I use is water based. So,
Well, I think Ryan Kidd's going to do some channel shirts
oh
real
yes,
soon, so we need
sorry,
blood.
I don't mean to.
Not
I don't mean to
happening.
Everybody in the
conversation,
VC
you know,
would donate blood.
I'm waiting, bro. I'll fucking whatever weird shit you want to do, man. Let's fucking get it. You know?
He wants to get weird with the kids' channel. All right, fair
Yeah,
enough.
sure.
Thanks for welcoming my buddy.
Yeah, I don't mean to
Yeah.
hog conversation or nothing, man.
Hey, man, everybody welcome to ride with Haggis and the Kid. Any day of the week,
Haggis
baby.
and
Come
the
on.
Kid.
Yeah,
One time
this is Haggis and the Kid, episode 1.
One time I brought a Republican gay man here, and they didn't like that too much.
Yeah, there was only half of that equation that I didn't like, and it wasn't the gay
Dude,
guy.
it was sick. I walked away for a second, and everything fell apart.
Pilmer emails me the other day. He goes, after that, he goes, I told you weren't ready for it. I said, dude, don't even worry about it. It was funny. It was
They're unpredictable.
Yeah.
It's
Is Stevie backstage?
Someone's backstage.
Oh.
Let's see.
Stevie in the private comment.
Why does Haggis keep getting knocked off there? There we go. All right, Haggis, you back? All right, let's go to the mystery man for a while. He's been MIA, but he's back now in a big way. It's Joe, baby.
There he is.
Hey, Joe, baby, come on. Joe, what have you been listening to lately? We know you did your video things you've got, but what's on the turntable lately?
To be honest with you, not loads of stuff. This room's a bit of a tip, so I've not really been in here that much. But
Random.
Yeah, let's do a random poll here. You can't look.
Yeah. Wait, what does that mean?
Oh God.
So
you know?
I've been listening to this band a lot actually. They're called Bad Nerves. I don't know if anyone's heard of Bad Nerves. They're kind of like they're total like 70s punk, but like power pop. Like they're just the production on it just sounds so cool. The songs are like really fast, really fun. Yeah, if you like the Ramones, like check this out. They're definitely gonna be big, I think. Well, not big, but like they're gonna get really popular. This is like one of their singles from like the first album. So yeah, I've listened to that quite a bit. What else? So I'm trying not to like talk too loud, if that's why I sound a bit weird. I kind of got this kind of recently-ish. I don't know if I've shown this or not. Don't really see this very often. I swear, like.
Were they from Portland?
Yeah, I think so.
And there was like members of Defiance in that band.
Yeah, I think he was in Defiance. I think maybe. Oh no, the singer was in Defiance.
Yeah.
Defiance
was cool too. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Defiance. They've just got a new album come out as well.
Really? It's funny because like those bands that when we were young, Joe, like that, we liked it, like these street punk bands, they're coming back around again. It's almost like this nostalgia thing. It's weird.
There's all those like festivals in America, like Fuck You, We Rule Okay and stuff. And
yeah, totally. It's like the Unseen, the Virus, Cheap Sex, the Casualties, all those bands.
Funny you mentioned.
Yeah, I like the Virus a lot.
Yeah, I've got loads of.
I think that was my favorite of the street punk gang. There was the Virus on Punkcore Records.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, my old band.
Cool.
They played here like I don't know, like 5 years ago or something, and they literally their UK tour was like London, Glasgow, or Edinburgh or something, and then Exeter, and my old band supported, and they were really cool actually. That was like 5 years ago. It's
probably the only places they were getting paid.
Maybe it was just weird though, because where I'm from, like in the southwest, like bands don't really come down that much. So when they do, like the first gig I ever went to was Reagan Youth, like a version of Reagan Youth, in like 2008 or 9, I think it was, and their tour dates was literally Rebellion Festival, London, Exeter, and it was just like it's so weird. But yeah, I also got this as well recently.
Hey, I got that too. Is that the new reissue?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it too. It's awesome.
I got
Sounds great.
Yeah, it's really cool that they're doing it. Like, I got it on. It's like a white vinyl.
I don't think mine's on white though.
Yeah, it's this label in the UK that are like repressing like most of their discography. I think
they did Death Church too.
Yeah, I got that as well.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah.
But
The
yeah, I've not really
artwork
been
on that
buying.
is wild, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's nuts. The guy that done it is a nutter, isn't he?
Wasn't he like in insane asylums and stuff? And he was like drawing that shit in
Maybe.
there, something like that. I heard that's
Yeah,
wild, man. Yeah, yeah, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah, Nick Blinko, his name's it. Isn't it? Yeah, he's got.
I can't tell other than how much you know.
It's like some
That's pretty
weird,
cool.
like-
Yeah, mine came with a little booklet like that. Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, it's so weird, isn't it?
It's really fun. It's a great record too.
Yeah, like how people's minds work when they just come up
Right.
with stuff like that. Like what the fuck? It says
Uh,
self-portrait of the dog as young. Yeah, and like what a nutter.
John wants to know, Joe, where are you located?
In like the southwest UK, West Country. So basically, like
John says Earth.
Earth.
Come on, John, be nice.
No, I'm not from planet Earth. I'm basically from the opposite part of to where Stevie is, basically.
Raw Power Bauer says, back in the day, I called Defiance fashion punk. I mean, looking back on it, I mean, all that punkcore record stuff was like mohawks and studded bullet belts, or all that shit.
Five and crop knot.
I got loads of that
Yeah.
shit. Like,
Capitalist casualties, all that shit.
Yeah,
But
totally.
they're still good.
It's a hell of a
Yeah,
lot of fun, though.
have you ever listened to that record?
Yeah, Self Destruct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Do you remember?
Oh yeah, here we go.
Cool.
There you go. Yeah.
Yes.
Bit of Defiance.
What was their big hit? No Future, No Hope was
Yeah.
Defiance's big song there. Yeah.
That was,
Yeah. Oh, you got some
I love-
good sevens on
I
that
love-
stuff, man.
yeah, like, I love collecting that kind of stuff because it never really came over here. Do you know what I mean?
These guys.
Those kind of bands, but
Thank fuck.
That one riffs. They have an album. They have an album where the singer is shooting up on the cover. That's
Hell yes. Who is this?
pretty disturbing. It's the band called the Riffs. Yeah.
I also got this. I got this.
That's the
recently
dude
as a
from the
riff.
Bouncing Souls.
So it's two members of Bouncing Souls, two
Yeah.
members of a band called Lifetime, and then Brian Baker from Minor Threat, Dag Nasty, Bad Religion, whatever bands he's been in.
Are they
and
still
just
doing
put out a new-
anything or no? They just put that
Who is?
single out.
No, this is the first single, and then they put out an album like 2 weeks ago.
Oh wow. Okay, so they're
So they're
still
kind of
doing
like a super group. Yeah, this is like a
Yeah, like Blood Clot.
yeah. This
that
is on like
dude,
page 9.
Brian Keeneland did a bunch of my tattoos. He lived in Asbury Park.
Blood Clot's like super hardcore.
I forgot about this. Yeah, they're from New Jersey. Like they're
Yeah.
based in New Jersey.
Yep. Yeah, he's a cool dude.
Yeah, I love Brian Baker. I like Bouncing Souls. Lifetime are cool. So it's like the singer and the drummer from Lifetime, the guitarist and the bassist and the Bouncing Souls, and then obviously Brian Baker.
Yeah, some cool
But,
stuff
yeah,
there.
I
Hey,
love that
Joe,
kind of
can we get a blind pull from you there? You can't look.
Yeah.
You got to reach back.
Hang on, let
Blind
me
pull,
turn the start
baby.
down.
Blind pull. My new band name. Blind pull.
Blind Paul.
Ryan Kidd and the blind pull. No, you're looking. You can't look.
Oh shit!
That's like
Yeah, but I kind of know where things are. I kind of know where things are.
that's the point.
It's funny because like I've tried to put my records in alphabetical order so many times, and every time I start to do it, I hate it. So I have to put it back.
Spin around with a blindfold, and then
Yeah, there you go. I love the alphabetical order. I'm all about alphabetical.
No, it just doesn't work for me.
Really?
It just stresses me out. Like
Yeah. I feel you. I feel you though.
right, but
Me either.
Books.
something hit.
Oh, John, that's terrible.
I actually haven't Stevie Wonder. Let's have something from over it. This is
Let's
gonna
do
be-
a
this is
random
gonna be
tug
street-
here.
This will be
Random
street
tug.
punk. I know it'll be street punk.
I do like some Stevie Wonder. Though.
Oh,
What do we got here?
Dick
I-
Spiky.
yeah, they're like some like Japanese street punk band from like the 90s.
Oh
Like,
shit.
this is-
Look at
I
Mohawk.
got this kind of
They
recent.
go hard as fuck. Japanese street punk's shit.
It's like pure like casualties worship. Street
yeah.
punk.
That's
I never heard.
my alley. So I'm gonna have to
Yeah, I
check
mean
it
they're all right. You know, they're all right. It was
Miss
like really
you
cheap.
still on the
It's got
blood.
like no. It's pretty cool.
out. Oh shit, that's not a bad idea.
Miss You has a solution for your coagulation issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good looking out. I'll have to see what's up with that.
You can also snort it.
Facts.
Oh my god.
I'll do that too. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. It'll be weird. It'll be a good time. Maybe I'll get
Man,
a.
the fuck, this is going bad.
That's the
Get lucky, catch a blood
look at that.
disease. You never know.
that's the one you
Hell
were on about
yeah.
a minute ago.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Yeah, that's a good
Yeah,
one.
well, good.
That's a good record.
Yeah, it's good fun. Good fun.
He's not even doing blind pulls anymore. He's just pulling stuff out of his
My headphones don't reach. I'm like sort of like
At least take your glasses off.
ability. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Showing us all the cool shit.
what cool shit do I have? Let's think.
Show us something really uncool.
Yeah, I want to see
Really
something
uncool.
uncool.
I've got loads of stuff.
Embarrassing almost.
It's party time.
Button, Brian.
Get in the hang of it.
But this is worth
I'm
loads
getting,
of
I'm
money.
getting trigger happy with the video.
Now,
Yeah, this is worth like quite a bit of money, but
Stevie Wonder.
Hell yeah.
No, that's terrible.
yeah, it's
love
so
it.
shit.
It's so
but
bad.
I love you for that one. That's
Oh.
amazing.
It's worth like
Fucking
300
man.
quid. Like they go on Discogs for like so I'm waiting for the right time and I'm just gonna flog it.
Flog
That's the
it.
reason why I've got it. Yeah.
It's a generational thing, Ryan.
I don't know about that. The band they're named after is a lot better.
Are they named after a band? Are they?
Yeah, it's an Alice in Chains song.
Oh, I don't like them either.
Joe, I can relate to you not keeping things in alphabetical order. I'm the same way. My brain cannot function with things in order like that.
Well, they are in order, but they're in my order.
Yeah, exactly. They're in my order, not alphabetically.
I mean, in terms of like punk and stuff, like it's all like it starts with 70s punk, and then it's got like slightly later 70s punk, like like
Sean,
UK
what order are
subs
your
and
records in?
stuff.
Are they in any
And then it
order?
would be like UK 82,
No,
and then another
Mine are
and
in
then
order.
Really?
Yeah.
That would drive me nuts. I got to have
Yeah,
alphabetical. I got to go to where exactly I want to go, man.
Ryan, I'll take it a step further. I also don't keep them in sleeves.
Nah, I don't care. That's fine. You can do whatever you want.
No, I've never. It just doesn't work that way. I don't keep folders for paperwork. Why am I still so large on the screen?
Sorry.
I don't keep like folders for paperwork and things like that either. Like a lot of my bosses have always been like, I want you to keep a binder with little things and alphabetize them with folders down. Like I just have piles of things. My father used to say to me that I keep instructions on how to do things that only I can understand. So if I ever pass away, like nobody could figure out how to finish any projects I'm doing or artwork or it doesn't
Organized
help with my
chaos.
handwriting.
Security.
So that's actually a really good point, and it's a question I want to ask the panel. I want to go around the panel here with this question. So, in the sad instance that you pass away and your record collection is left behind, and it's being sold to somebody, and they're looking through it, what did they say about you based on your record collection?
What
I'll
a
give
waste
you a
of money
minute
that was.
to think about it. What do they automatically judge you on, or what do they think about you when they flip through your records, all the stuff you have? What do they say about you?
What a waste of money that was.
Joe says, "What a waste of money that was."
I know that's what they'll be saying. Believe me.
One of my biggest fears, like I actually put it in my will. Like I could picture my sister showing up and selling things for pennies on the dollars and showing up to like pawn shops with my guitars and doing the same things. Like, oh, just get rid. So there's like people in my family and friends that know to come first because they know like she'll just cash in on everything.
That's just my body over.
I had a guy comment on one of my videos. I show a lot of like old punk records, and he's like, I had all these records, and I moved away from home, and my dad had a garage sale and sold them all for a quarter.
Yeah.
And just got rid of like you didn't know the gold mine he was sitting on, with some of these like original punk records.
Okay, so imagine being the guy that showed up and found out everything was a quarter.
God, I wish it was me.
Yes.
This is what I was going to say. What they probably thought when they were buying my records after I died. God, I'm glad he's dead because this is awesome.
John says,
Would
I don't
you
know
feel
any of
bad
these
if
records,
you were at
especially
like
the
a
small
car boot
ones.
sale? Like if you were there, like looking through records, and they were like, you know, all these like original pressings, and they were like, you know, 25p or whatever. Would you go? Oh, I feel really bad about just going like, oh yeah, this is a really great deal. You know.
I mean, it's the rock and roll gods blessing you. You have to take it.
Well, that's
Right.
true.
It's also like, hey, man, if you're going to sell something, know what it's worth. You know, like look it up.
Some people don't. Like I said, like my sister wouldn't know. Like she would just, and a lot of my stuff too. Like people in the family knows like certain things that were signed for me, and like my sister would just sell it for nothing, and she would bring Fender guitars and like $20. Yeah, that's fine. You know, like
isn't there a scene like that in
sister, Sean?
There's a scene like that in High Fidelity, right? When the angry ex-wife.
and I've seen that. I've seen
yeah.
I've seen ex-wives walk into comic book stores with like giant boxes of like Soul Rage comic books. Like, I'm getting rid of all my ex-husband's shit. And the guy would tell, one store I go to will be like, this is worth more than you think, but another store doesn't tell them, and they'll just give them $10. And, you know, the one store he says, you know, this will come back to bite you. I'm not going to rip them off.
Well, think about it this way. Think about it this way. When that happens, somebody like you, super geeky about music, is going to be like, holy shit, I can't believe what I got this for. And they're going to do videos about it, and it's going to be the best day of their fucking life.
I mean, I told a place, I was in North Philly a couple of weeks ago, and it was a plant store, and they were selling plants, and they wanted to sell records. And I was like, this is a combination. And so I went with a friend of mine about 2 months ago, and they brought these boxes and like fantastic Johnny C and all kinds of stuff. And I did tell them, I did pull out some records, and I just want to let you know this is worth more than a quarter.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want them to get ripped off. But like you said, somebody else would be like, oh, here we go.
Yeah, it's almost like I want to write in my will that a certain portion of my records should just be sent to random thrift stores around the fucking world, and then just let people discover them for real.
I love getting like a tip off when someone's like, I remember once someone was like, oh yeah, there's this charity shop and someone's donated all these punk records, and he's like, I'm telling you now because I've already been in. So it was when I was at college. When I was at college, I used to get 30 quid a week from like the like whatever it was, EMA or whatever, and like and then I would get paid for my job that I would do like 5 hours a week for on the Friday. So on like the Monday, I would go into this shop, and it was like stuff like UK original like Dead Kennedys press-ins, like Riot City stuff, like all that kind of stuff. And it was like I got so much. I must have spent like 300-400 quid in there over the course of a couple of months. But it was mental. It was just like, and it was just some random charity shop in like Exeter town centre. And it's like, who's doing this?
What's
Who's
disturbing about
this?
this is we all went to monetary value, though. I'm not talking about monetary value. Get that out the window with that shit. I want to know what they would think about you based on your record collection.
Definitely, for me, like somebody definitely interesting. Like when you come in my place, there's Daniel Johnston drawings on the wall. And those are very emotional artwork that come from a deep place in him. And like, I still have all my Daniel Johnston cassette tapes, and just, I think they would see a very interesting person. My ex-girlfriend used to say she used to love staying with me because my place reminded her of a museum. And she said there was always something interesting to look at. And so I believe like where you live, like tells a story of who you are. Like Michael's place tells a story of who he is. And it's not out of a catalog from Pure One or for some other thing. It's who we are. So anyone that would come in here knows right away who I am and things I love and what I'm passionate about. But I do think it'd be interesting to like random people would sit down and like, I'll give you an example from like take out the first Butthole Surfers album, like PP the Sailor, and they put that on and they'd probably be like, this is pretty interesting. And so I think
this is communist.
I think it's not like you know, coming here, and I imagine going to all your places too. It's not like going to a place that you're not going to say, well, this person was in the top 40 radio.
All right.
So
is it going to be like, you know, 50 years from now, people go, oh, what the fuck? Like we see Jim Reeves and Slim Whitman and Johnny Mathis and Well, 50 years from now, people go, "What's all this shit? Why isn't there any
Hey,
decent?"
man, Stone Whitman's fucking good.
But you know what I mean? It's the stuff that you just see like for 10 cents or
yeah.
whatever. 50 years from now, the punk stuff that we all listen to and collect. Maybe the Johnny Mathis of 50 years from now. You know, people won't want it.
What I'm looking forward to is my 93-year-old grandmother's in like a place in Florida where they have entertainment every week, and someone comes and they pretend to sing like someone else. And I'm looking forward to that for all of us. And you know, the person.
What will that look like, though? Will it be guys playing like Fugazi
Steve-O
covers?
tribute band.
Anybody remember Waiting Room?
Maybe like the fist fight in the parking lot kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll be a vegetable by then.
You'll be a vegetable.
You're going to be a
What's
vegetable.
the vegetable?
Oh, come on, Stevie.
I'll be a
Well,
vegetable.
something to look forward
A
to.
long,
isn't
healthy
it?
life. You're the haggis, baby.
Life's too long.
I don't think Stevie's drinking enough.
I don't think so either. There he is. He's rolling.
I might drop here and give someone a spot. And there's only 6 spots, and I've got an early start. Like five
Yeah,
hours.
sure. If anybody wants
I'll
to
drop
come
here
up.
and somebody can jump up here, you or whoever, half.
Yeah, no worries.
Good to see you, Joe. I'll make a Deno Exeter
And
one
you.
day. We'll have that warm cider.
Thanks for coming up, Paul. It's always a
See you soon.
pleasure.
All right.
Man. You showed some
Okay, guys.
great records.
See you, Paul.
See you later.
You watch this space for a video. Yeah, cheers, guys.
Cheers.
bro.
Take care, Paul. Hey, I put the link out in the comments. If anybody wants to hang out and join us, then come on
Joe.
up, man. Everybody's welcome.
Sounds like, Joe, you're in a really nice new room for your guitars and records in the new place. You were talking about it in your last video.
Yeah.
So that'll be nice to not be so everything surrounding you.
Yeah, because when I first moved here, I just had like one of these shelves, and then I bought a new guitar cab, and then I bought like four more guitars or something, and everything just closed in.
What's that? In the video, there's an Epiphone next to you. Is that an Epiphone cornet? It's got
Oh.
the Batwing
No,
headstock.
it's a Wilshire actually.
Wheelchair.
So it's
The Batwing headstock in the video. Oh yeah.
it's like I think it's like a 2010, I think, reissue. But yeah.
Those are super light.
Yeah, that really is super thin, super light. Really cool guitar actually, mini humbuckers. Really cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I went a bit guitar crazy like a couple of years ago and just bought like loads of guitars.
How many do you have now?
Like 8, I think. No? Maybe. I say loads of guitars. I bought like 4 guitars in like a year, but
What's your favorite right now?
probably my Wilshire actually. But I've got like, yeah, I've got this is probably the coolest one. Does anyone know like the band from Washington DC called Iron Cross from the 80s?
Yeah.
So
Cross,
this is the
yeah.
guitar. This is the actual guitar that they use. It's got like,
I have one of those.
so it's a modded Marauder.
Yeah.
But like if you look at like pictures of them play, there's a video of them playing like in like Philadelphia or something in like 1980 something, and he's playing this exact guitar. But I just bought it off some guy that I know. He was like, "Oh, I'm selling this like modded Marauder," and it was like because it says on here, customized for Iron Cross by such and such in 1982.
That's cool.
But
You know, when
it's
you're
really cool.
dead, somebody's going to find that in a charity shop.
Marauders.
Charity shop, governor. Yeah, they will.
The Marauders are interesting. Those are Gibson Flying V-necks on Les Paul bodies.
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
I
know,
got like
they used
30.
to give one for like Paul Stanley like every night, didn't they? And he'd like trash
Well, Johnny Ramone was sponsored by them for a while.
Good guys, though.
it. Yeah, it's really like beefy, but it's cool. You know?
Mine still has the original Bill Lawrence pickups from the 70s.
Oh yeah,
They're crazy pickups in it, but I painted mine bright orange. A friend of mine painted cars for a living, and I took it to his shop and painted it orange.
oh sweet.
But they're interesting guitars.
Yeah, yeah. I don't have any guitars with just one pickup. That was like my only one because obviously originally they have 2. But,
Yeah, they have a single coil and a humbucker. This strange Gibson single coil in it.
yeah. But, yeah, it's just it was like 600 quid he sold it to me for, and even like Marauders on eBay go for like 800 plus.
That's
So
great. They
that one's got a cool story, so it's a bit of history as well. So
they used to practically give them away in the 90s. Those and Jaguars and Jazzmasters.
really,
Yeah, mine. I think we got it for $25.
wow,
And
that's mental. That is.
nobody wanted them. Like they were just because they have bolt-on necks too, and Gibson for that. But I prefer that on a Gibson because it's less likely to break.
Well, Gibsons aren't the most reliable when it comes to breakages. Like, I've got like a SG standard, and I just worry that because the neck's so thin, which is great, but also I worry that I'd break it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love SGs, but same deal. I don't trust. Ryan's like, this has become guitar talk.
I'm interested. I'm learning things about guitar.
Yeah, guitar talk.
I can play guitar like a motherfucker. I just don't know anything about them.
Do you know what they put in that Murata? Is that a DiMarzio Super Distortion?
Sorry, say that again.
What pickup did they put in that Murata? Is that a DiMarzio Super Distortion?
So it's a custom pickup. So basically, I think what happened is when it was modded in the 80s, because in the pictures you can see of Iron Cross, he's got like a white humbucker in it, which is obviously not that one. And the guy who sold it to me told me that he bought it from a guitar like seller, whatever, that had it come over, and I think it was a custom wound pickup based on a Dirty Finger. I think it doesn't. Yeah, I don't really know a lot about. All I know is it's real hot sounding. It's real cool.
It looks like it has feedback for days.
Oh yeah, it's honestly, it doesn't look like much, but it's such a fucking cool guitar.
Things are beast. I think they were
I
mahogany.
love like all the wear on the back is mental.
Look at that. Yeah. That's patina.
When I got it, it was so dirty, and I didn't clean it for like ages. And then I was just like, you would just scratch all the grime off it with like your pick. It was disgusting.
Human dander.
But I played like gigs and recorded with it already at that point, and then I was like, I should probably clean this because like it's pretty disgusting.
It's got a lot of soul. It has a lot of soul. I mean that's going to your question, Ryan. Like, what is your collection tell about you? Like that guitar tells a lot. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
Walking in from that guitar or something else.
Joe, what's the best gig you ever played in your band? Best gig you ever played?
Best gig I ever played.
Cheers, motherfucker.
Cheers.
Cheers, Stevie.
Get a drink,
Cheers. The high baby.
What gigs? Any memorable gigs?
It's drink time, motherfuckers.
I didn't realize that clip was so long.
Dude, in front of the kids' playhouse, nonetheless. That's awesome.
What's the best?
That kid's playhouse needs to be a character on your channel, Stevie.
Fantastic.
Michael's friends like, what the fuck have I just seen? There is like a little baby man that I don't understand.
Yeah.
Smashing beer outside a playhouse.
He was like, "Where's this guy from?" I was like, "Scotland." He was like,
my favorite one, Stevie, is the prize time one. That's my favorite.
You want to see
it? Play that?
I
love the prize time one.
Here's prize time.
Yeah, here's prize time. Here we go.
Prize time, motherfuckers.
So that was for our very special 19th episode. We gave away a bunch of prizes. And coming up, this is episode 27, but on episode 30, we have some more great prizes to give away to everybody who tunes into the show. It's going to be a great time full of fun and festivities. It's going to be a good time. And I'm sure you'll see that clip a lot more on episode 30.
But I have a used G string that'll be an auction.
Fuck yeah.
It'll be on auction.
Not have to.
Unlaundered.
What do you say?
Fuck, this is going bad.
Grand prize.
So I can sniff them, you know what I'm saying?
He's a sniffer.
The
Oh,
GG.
They have websites right now.
Autograph it, Stevie. Can you sign
Sorry,
it? Can you autograph it? Can you sign it?
if you would like. If you'll pay. More money.
you had to pay for that, though. Man. You gotta pay for that.
Isn't
I'll
it
do
time
it.
for
Back in a
Stevie
sec. Back in a
Christmas?
sec.
I'll do any shit fucking.
Isn't it time for Stevie Christmas though?
Yeah.
Was there a Stevie Christmas clip
Isn't there a
that I don't
Christmas-
know about?
What was the other first Stevie video that you ever played? The first clip of him that you ever played on the show. What was that?
There is. I see another Stevie clip. Should I play it?
Yeah, what is it?
There must
Not the
be
dick
another.
Let's see. Yeah, let me sort through those. Hang on.
Jingle bells, Batman smells, Robin flew away. Oh, what fun it is to have the one-horse open sleigh. Hey, Merry Christmas!
My favorite thing about that is it's not. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. He says, "Oh, what fun it is to have a one-horse open sleigh."
Yeah,
Yeah, and if you weren't so poor, you'd have a horse open sleigh too. Like, damn.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And then he says farted somewhere. He says farted, I swear.
Oh god.
I told you there was a Christmas one. Cheers, Stevie.
Yeah,
This is
Stevie,
really
you
great.
rule, man. You rule.
This is great. But you know what? Let's just let it be known that we do miss Dr. Ass.
Oh yeah, man. He's
Dr. Ass was here, we'd have somebody to pick on.
oh, he's my better half, man. He's my, at this point in the stream, he's too stoned to talk. He's
That's how we like him.
he's my partner in crime, man.
Hey, maybe next time he can't be here, maybe you can get the Punk Flamingo to guest.
Oh, that'd be cool.
He's got rat things.
John wants to know, Stevie, do you do the Cameo app for birthday wishes and stuff?
I would totally buy that.
You do.
Why not?
As I said, I will do anything for cash.
Okay, Cameo, sign up, dude.
I'm a greedy bitch.
I knew I liked
You
it.
know,
The first time I
met-
celebrated
The first time
You know
I
what?
met Stevie, we were like talking, and it was like when Dr. October and I kind of just started the stream, and I said, hey, we got this thing coming up. Would you do a video? And he was just like, yeah. What do you want me to do? I said, I don't know, just do whatever you want. And then he just chugs beers in front of his children's place. I think this guy's the best dude I've ever seen.
Try being right to me.
if Stevie signed up for Cameo and sold Christmas greetings, that would be the first time I ever celebrated Christmas as an adult, and I would do it
Totally.
I would promote that shit so hard.
I will make it happen. I'll make it happen.
He'll do it, man. Stevie, how much are you going to charge the people on the Cameo to get a?
Don't know.
You haven't
$5.99.
figured that out yet.
$5.99.
That is
Sold.
fucking
$5.99. You could bump the price up a little more, man.
Dude, that's only for 30 seconds, though.
I'm all about the people. I'm all about the people. I'm not about capitalism. I'm about the people. $5.99.
Okay, but then we'll get you to do
I think
16 of those
that's the price of a
messages.
bottle of Bucky, though, isn't it? That's why.
See, you actually mentioned that, Joe. Like,
I actually working back fast.
I was in the shop, right, getting smokes. And I went into the shop and I obviously got smokes and stuff. And see the price of Buckfast now? It's like fucking £8.50.
Hey,
I remember.
I work in
I
back fast.
like when I was young, like a young kid, like 12, getting, your first bottle of Buckfast. And it was £4. £4. Like, seriously, fucking inflation's insane. Like,
I'll have to send you a
and
bottle of
the percentage was 17.5. Now they've cut it down, like, because of fucking minimum alcohol. They reduced everything. and it's just put the price of cheap alcohol up, but sort of kept the high end stuff level. So now this is the fucking how bright fucking the Scottish government are, not even the fucking English, like, the British government. The Scottish government are that fucking smart that they say, let's hike up minimum alcohol. So, like, cheap cider and stuff what the kids were drinking, like we grew up on, it's like £14, right? It's really expensive. So, what you gonna do when you're fucking broke? You're just gonna buy a bottle of whiskey at the exact same price at 40% and drink it straight and get fucking rat-assed and have a better time. So they're doing the people the favour. Cheers, motherfuckers.
Yeah, I work like just down the road from where the abbey is, so I could go in, have a word with the monks, and be like, "Look, sort it out, right?" You know. I went
Honestly,
It's drink time, motherfuckers!
we're getting a video.
You just get a taste there. You get a taste. Not too much.
You haven't played the intro in a long time either.
Yeah, because it's terrible. Nobody likes it.
I like
I thought it was cool. I thought it was nice.
I would like to experience the Marky single. Being live. I would like to experience the Marky single.
Oh, I don't know if I have that. Let me see.
Have you told your friend Michael about Marky Ramone sponsoring?
No, I don't have it, man. I don't have it here.
Well, literally, he showed up when we got on the screen, so I haven't had a lot of time to give him a lot of backstory, but I did tell him that Kid is usually with Dr. Ass, Dr. October from Finland, but that Stevie is subbing because he needs to save the fucking show, of course.
Yeah,
so I gave him a little background on people and what we do here. Yeah, but not much.
Yeah, the people demand satisfaction, and we must.
Oh, and by the way, somebody was either John or Randy was saying don't share whatever with people during COVID. Well, I'm telling you, this vape pen went through this alcohol wipe before anything was put on.
When you held it up there, I thought it was a needle for a second. I thought, fucking hell, it's getting a bit real tonight, isn't it?
I got alcohol wipes, you guys.
What kind of stream is this, right, Joe? I don't know, Michael, if the alcohol wipe's going to help because you still got the inside of it.
Yeah, but
Pilmer's friend knows.
It's not killing anybody anymore, so like, who fucking cares? I guess.
Yeah, Stevie, thank you for letting this go forward tonight because Ryan would have been really scared by himself, even with Rat Fink there.
Yeah, I mean, I could go solo, but technologically, I don't know how.
Marky needs to do it sometime, though.
No, I mean, just so your friend knows, Marky Ramone is a big fan of the stream. He comes on, he calls in once in a while. He hasn't been around for a while, but I'm sure he's watching. Marky, thank you for watching the stream.
You don't have any? There's not a phone call coming in or anything.
No, I don't know. I mean, if you want to call in, you can call in. But
we're big fans.
Marky,
yeah, we love Marky on this stream.
He's not knocking at the door or nothing.
I appreciate it.
He's probably hanging out in Forest Hills, man. Who knows?
I thought he was on tour in Europe.
Yeah, he could be on tour.
Doctor go to the supermarket?
He's in Hungary with Mika.
Yeah, he went to the show at the supermarket, I
thought.
I was just thinking that my friend, even though he's not a Ramones fan, he would probably recognize Marky's voice if you.
Marky was a big fan.
I mean, it's not like it's not like I'm ignorant to who the fuck they are.
You did the single.
I appreciate the impact that like fucking Christ, man.
I'm actually interested as a fan, like a really big fan of the Ramones. I love the Ramones.
Everybody does. Man.
What about them didn't grab you? Like, what you get into?
It's like the Clash are like disco to me, like and like I like the Clash, but I'm like, because it's disco to me. I know they're super popular, and I get it, like huge impacts on the culture, and like that's but it's like my attention wasn't grabbed for some reason. I'm sorry.
Did you just say the Clash or disco?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that's what I heard too.
To him.
Like, all right, so without like Joe Strummer's voice, you just have like real poppy, upbeat kind of.
How old are you?
I'm sorry.
How old are you?
37.
Yeah,
I've never heard
But
that.
You've heard the first couple Clash records, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Give him enough rope's great.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably one of my favorite albums.
That's disco.
Not like all right, so like later Clash or whatever. I don't know. I haven't listened to Clash in forever. I just remember being like, "Oh, this is disco," and then immediately giving up on it.
Because he was into much harsher stuff at that point. Like when I discovered Trent Reznor and Nine Inch Nails, I was like bored because I had already heard Skinny Puppy and all this other shit.
Yeah, Skinny Puppy. That like
probably kind of where
we're getting some hate from the chat here. The Clash is disco. You got
they hate me.
Well, I mean that's a sacred cow. It's a sacred cow.
But that's what I'm saying. There's so many of them that like I
give
hate
them the finger. Give them the finger.
I really just hate the Beatles. They're awful. Awful music.
No, the Beatles are good too.
No, they're awful. It's garbage.
They're not. They're good.
Tell that to Ringo Starr's face. I swear to God. I get it. They're super popular. I guess I get it, but like it's just so boring. And like I like Yellow Submarine, and I Am the Walrus, and I think that's like it out of everything they've done.
Look, it comes with age. I think it comes with age.
You know
You
what I'm
appreciate the Beatles after you're 40 something.
The Beatles I can
I
get
like
over,
the Beatles.
but the Clash. I think you saying the Clash or disco is your way of saying they're like pop. It's like ear candy.
Yeah,
It's mainstream. It's mainstream.
maybe that's what I mean more. Like
mainstream.
You know, it's like poppy. It's too happy for me. It's not just like I need that aggression. That like, you know, and so it's just not there for me.
I'm so bored with the USA, you know.
Yeah,
I'm
but
sorry.
Hold on, let's make them big here.
that
I got some crazy offensive opinions.
so that
Make it feel
like, at that time was the
No, I didn't mean to ruffle feathers. I get it though. You know,
No,
people.
this is what we love. We love about this stream is because people have different opinions about bands. But let's hear what Sean's opinion.
because that music at that time was the aggression. Like they went to see the Ramones at the Rainbow, when
Yeah.
they were 7, and they all started banging. And the difference between the Clash and what else was going on at that time is a big difference. I mean,
Yeah.
far from disco in those first albums.
You have some supporters out there.
And what Joe Strummer did on a Telecaster is just amazing. And
See, I don't know any of that. Like, all right, so like, I'm not like super knowledgeable about instruments or like instrumentation. I just hear it and I'm like, I fuck with it, or I hear it and I'm like, that's hot garbage. You feel me? So like, I don't know anything about. I wish I did. I'm just not that good at music, and like that's the same thing with like art. That's why I screen print, because I'm not good at art. I fucking suck at it. But like, I want to be like close to that culture.
You're making the case for the Clash, like they weren't great musicians at first, like they were, you know.
That may be the truth, you know.
Obviously, everybody's given him a hard time, you know, for like the Ramones and the Clash and shit like that. But I sort of get. I don't get the disco part, right? That's your opinion, and you know, respect for you saying your opinion. But like with the Ramones, I sort of get like what you're saying, that at that, you know, by the time you listen to the Ramones, there was so much more nastier stuff out there. When the Ramones dropped and people from that era, it's a different meaning to them.
Yeah.
Or if you're finding the Ramones when you're very young,
Yeah.
and never really heard anything, so you're capturing the Ramones sort of when the original audience was capturing the Ramones, it's going to have a different thing. But like you're the same age as me and grew up in an internet age, so it's a fucking database. You know, people mention bands, you hear bands, and you click on it, and this, that, the next thing, and whether you know black metal or death metal or fucking hardcore or whatever resonates with you. If you get a snippet of, say, Hellhammer, you maybe don't like Hellhammer, but it's fucking evil, it's wild, it's fucking insane. That blows the Ramones, you know, that aspect of people being shocked by the Ramones. So I sort of get, you know, what you're saying, but from a musical sense, the Ramones were vicious. You know, they're fucking, it was like buzzsaw. They just fucking played so fast. And, you know, that's,
Yeah.
you take it in
It's,
their genre of,
Yeah, I think
you
that's
know,
where Steven's coming from and where Randy's coming from here.
Yeah.
The Ramones were like nothing at the time. You can't
Yeah.
compare them.
Oh no,
today.
I'm not saying like I well understand like the like the perception and the like
Yeah.
how they were like is like so progressive with like that sound is like a, you know, like and the cultural aspects of the time like I get, I understand it. I just, to me, the music doesn't, I don't feel
it doesn't resonate.
Doesn't ring
Yeah.
with you. Okay,
so, but like, and I mean, it's not, I'm not trying to badmouth them by no means, man.
See,
I love what they
that's
did, like for the culture, for the sound, for like being pioneers in that style, like that. You don't look at that lightly. You don't take that lightly. I like, appreciate the fuck out of that, like, because I couldn't enjoy what I listen to now if they didn't do what they did then.
yeah.
I just don't particularly. I'm not like particularly attracted to that sound. But it doesn't mean I don't respect the sound for what it is and where it comes from. You feel me? Like,
Totally respect your opinion.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, that explanation, it makes sense to me. I mean, it just doesn't grab them the way that it grabs some of us.
like,
You know?
like I'm not trying to take anything away from the work and the music or the sound, and I mean, like, they're popular for a reason, and I love them for helping me be able to listen to what I listen to now, for paving that way for the people who are here today.
And I think
and that particular sound as an aesthetic, oral aesthetic, I just don't click with. You feel me?
And I think like this, basically, and this is a credit obviously to Ryan and Mika for, you know, doing this stream, is bringing people like us together. We've all got different opinions. We've all got, and obviously Michael, you know, you brought your friend in as well, which is great. Everybody's got a different opinion. Everybody's got a different connection with music. Everybody's, you know, we're all individuals. So, like look at that. Look what Michael's showing. That is just fucking. That's sick for children.
I never thought the guy drinking beers in front of his kid's playground set would be the voice of reason.
That's the Nudo album cover right there.
Yeah, you're rocking, Stevie. I love it.
you know,
Like that album artwork was in Jimmy Savile. Like he had that all over his walls. That was Rolf Harrison shit. That's sick. But everybody has like a different opinion, and that's the great thing, you know, about this platform. You know, it's used. Not people saying, you know, my dick's bigger than you. You know, like the general thing society is everybody's trying to, you know, I've got a bigger dick than you. I've got a bigger car than you. I've got a bigger house than you. I've got a bigger. Oh, I have got a big dick, but no.
That's beside the point. All right, Stevie. You were doing great, dude. You were doing great.
It's the haggis. It's the haggis. It makes it mature. You're fed haggis when you're young.
Yeah.
It grows.
Well,
But everybody is, you know, we're all different. We're all unique. We've all got different connections, and I'll never slate another person for their opinion on how they perceive it. That's how somebody perceives it. If you perceive it different to how I perceive it, you have a conversation like what we're doing.
And then you have a drink.
Yeah, exactly. And then your friends.
It's healthy discussion, and that's again, and I'm not, you know, sitting here like, because Ryan and Mika are my friends. You know, as friendship that's built out with this platform, they've they've provided something for the likes of us. The reprobates, the degenerates, the fucking rejects of society, to sit here and chat about music that we love as individuals, that we love as company, that we disagree as company. And that's the fucking great thing about this. You can take everything. It makes life simple in what life really is.
What you're saying, I totally agree with. Like, we're all a part of this one thing, but we have different opinions. Some things grab people, a different way. And even Clifford's comment here. Cliff's one of us, man. He's a rock and roller, but he's had the same relationship with the Ramones. I've told these guys this before. I respect the Ramones, and I do like them. I'm just not cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs for them.
That's a good way to put it.
And that's cool, man. That's okay. But what we're all about is getting the different opinions. I
just like arguing purely subjective matters, because
that's what makes this show fun, dude. Yeah, because people live different lives and things.
Okay, here's another button pusher. Here's another hot button for you. Sorry.
But wait. Can we get to your hot bite? I want to get to it, but I really want to ask Joe. Joe, how do you feel about him calling the Clash a disco band? Well, I know the Clash are one of your favorites, man.
Well, I don't. I guess it's like his way of saying they're like mainstream or poppy or whatever. But like, if you listen to Sandinista for the first time as your introduction, and you're going to hear like when they're like messing around with like hip hop and stuff, you might be like, this could be disco, but there's no way that they're disco. I mean, I like disco, and they're not disco.
Yeah,
I think it's mostly all right. So it mostly comes from that song, the Rock the Casbah song. It's like, it's got that like real disco-y sound to it, and you're just like, without his voice, it would be disco. And so, I don't know.
When he first said that to me, I was like, I whispered in his ear, I was like, dude, I love disco. And then I pointed back on the wall to a Village People album, and I was like, dude, I'm totally into disco. That might not be the right word to use.
Noisy Beat says, It's Alive has all the Ramones I need. It's a great record.
That was probably, I listened to Combat, what is that? Combat
Rock.
Yeah, Rock. I couldn't think of that.
But think of this, like disco compared to punk. Like disco started out as underground as punk was when it first came out. It was like underground dance music, and then it became very popular. It's like punk rock did.
Dude, it's so popular now. Metal.
See, for me, like the Clash and the Ramones are like the starter bands for you to get into like deeper 70s punk stuff that was like just as cool, but like it was guys like me and you doing it. Like the Ramones were special. Like they were guys like me and you, but they were special.
Oh, that movie, Rock and Roll High School. That movie's the shit. I love that movie.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. But those bands sprouted 1,000 other bands, which is what really makes them special, even more so than their music. Like they inspired a generation of guys like me and you who are like, hey, I don't think I can cut it, but I listen to this record, and you know what? I can do it, and that's pretty cool to me.
You're smart for anything.
We got John coming up here. Here comes John. Hey, John.
Hey boys.
Hey. Welcome to the program, man. Cheers.
Mickey fucking Mouse right here.
John, how do you weigh into this discussion here with the
Ramones?
Yeah, the Ramones. I'm almost tired of talking about the Ramones and the Clash.
Yeah, I am. I mean, I don't mind talking about it, but yeah, it's hard to explain if you weren't there. But the Ramones represent like that freaks. Any loser could become a rock and roller. Like Joey Ramone is almost like the figurehead for just geeks and people who didn't fit in and say, I could be in a rock and roll band. Almost what Buddy Holly did in the 50s, where he made it like, I don't have to be good looking or look like Elvis. I could just, the kid next door could be a rock and roller. And the Ramones were just four losers. I mean, in a good way, I love them. But four losers, they just created their own music. And it opened the doors for everyone who said, oh, I could do that. I don't have to be Led Zeppelin or Emerson, Lake and Palmer and play in these giant stadiums and have to have big record contracts. There was no DIY in America at that time. Most of the smaller labels had folded from the 50s and 60s. It was all major label stuff.
Yeah.
And the Ramones just kicked everything. Any kid could do this.
Yeah, not only that, but they did it for decades.
Very well put. That was.
Yeah.
You know,
And I think you know, like the Pistols are the Ramones obviously first, but the Pistols and the Ramones, you know, they hold that same magnitude of like what John was saying about they made people stand up and say, if they can do it, I can fucking do it. You know, you know, they gave people they gave people, you know, that inspiration, that drive to say, fuck it,
And
I'm going to
and
give it a
even
go.
I think they still do though. Even like
and
younger
even
people, even now discovering for the first time. You know.
Yeah.
I mean,
but
just
even
happened
the
for me.
Sorry.
Sorry, no, you carry on. I'm just
No. I
interrupting,
keep. I'm very good at interrupting. I'm from New
No,
York, so
I
you got to
think-
shut me down.
you're also in good company, John.
But like even the New York Dolls, they were like rock stars. They were in Cream. They never made it big, but they were in like Cream magazine, and they were kind of based off the Stones. And even Iggy was like a larger than life character. And you kind of still had, even the proto-punk band, you had to be like a rock star guy. And the Ramones just put that wearing ripped jeans. I mean, it's a gimmick now, but to see the ripped jeans, the leather jacket, standing just in Queens next to a building, I mean, it was such a shock. Like, everyone was posing. This is now the 70s. Everyone had long hair, boots, and tight pants, and some sort of look, or glam look, or disco look.
I mean, John, you
It's
bringing up
so
the
hard to
Dolls,
explain.
man. You bringing up the Dolls, man. Talk about it's 1974, and this Dolls album comes out. I mean, they're on the cover dressed like chicks. It's fucking bizarre, man. Like this is
Yeah, but
like,
not too bizarre, because you had Bowie out, you know, Kiss is right around the corner. There's a lot of glam. T-Rex, you know, there was
but they
Elton
weren't
John
like those
even.
bands. They weren't like
I
that.
know, I'm not knocking the New York Dolls, but they still had this rock star approach.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
normal kids couldn't say, "Oh, I want to be a New York Doll." Like it just,
John,
I don't want to knock them because they're one of my favorite bands. Yes, in 1990 you could say that, but in 1972, Joey Ramone wasn't looking at the Dolls and saying we could do that. Like,
I don't know. I think he was looking at the Dolls and the Stooges, going, "Yeah, I could do this."
I guess they did. I guess maybe
he was in a
I'll
band called
take that back.
Sniper, and they were like a glam band.
I
He
guess
was
I'll
trying to be
take
like-
that back. But the Ramones already said they could do that. You know,
Like, look
it's
at
hard to
the
explain.
image.
But
It's like the image you were saying, John, you know, the long hair, the jacket, the ripped jeans. Back then it was a massive thing compared to now. But it was even like Converse. Like, you know, they were wearing kick trash Converse.
yeah, that's
Now,
that's what the regular people wore. Yeah.
and like Joe will obviously be able to relate to this. Like Converse wasn't a thing here. You know, nobody knew Converse until like the mid 2000s, and some rap artist or whatever had, you know, Converse, and Converse became cool. You know, so like that connection to me, you know, seeing these guys away back in '72 wearing fucking Converse in 2010 was cool as fuck. You know, that aspect connected with a modern generation. Whoa, you know, it was totally different. It was a totally different period, and yeah, it doesn't matter what you say. You know, their significance in history is unmissable. You know, nobody could sit here, you know, barefaced and argue a point saying they weren't influential. You know,
Yeah,
they,
totally. You know,
they were one of the blueprints.
the way I discovered the Ramones is so tripped out. I was a big Kiss fan when I was a little kid, and so I would buy every magazine with Kiss on the cover, whether it was 16 or Cream or Hit Parade or whatever. So I bought one of these magazines once, and in the back of the magazine, after all the Kiss shit, there was this little special report on the new music, and there was a picture of the Ramones, like just like John said, with their ripped jeans and their leather jackets against a brick wall, and it said the Ramones, is this the new whatever? And me as a Kiss fan, and I have it right down here. I was just telling him I have my magazines right down here, and somewhere right within reach is a magazine where I had a picture of the Ramones, and I just wrote DUMB over the picture because I thought they looked dumb compared to Kiss. Like, because I was just totally into like the Demons and the fucking Spaceman, and then I see these guys in ripped jeans. I'm like, well, those guys just look dumb, and I never even heard them.
And it's like there's like obviously another cultural point, like coming from the UK to the US. It's like that image what we've just described to someone from the UK and especially Scotland. You know, Scotland, like fucking half of the states in the US submerge Scotland like 4 times. It's that small. But that image is just so America. Like to us, it's so New York. It's so street. It's so, you know, it just looks dirty. It looks grimy. It looks like people, normal people. And it's even the image that captures you. That you see these 4 dudes in the Ramones, and you're like, oh, and it entices you in. So the full package, you know, I think it's very intriguing,
I
very
totally went through
interesting.
a phase of having like long hair, like just like the Ramones. Like I wanted that, you know.
I always had a mohawk when I was a kid.
I had it.
I've
I
had
used
one
to
of
dress
those,
like I used to have that hair, you know, black
This
black
point,
long hair.
I think very soon after I had my first mohawk, I was like, this is not punk rock at all. What the fuck? I was like, this takes so much work. I mean, I'm into like being cool looking and fashion, but like, holy fuck, it takes so much work to charge this thing. And so I'd have like a mohawk, but I would never put it up because I was like, fuck that. I'm way too lazy. I guess I'm not punk rock enough. You know what I mean? Because I was just like, wouldn't do it.
You see, I like the Ramones
talking
almost cross over to the Oi guys, like where you see Sham 69 or Cocksparrow. We're just the
Saw Sham
regular
69
dudes, and they
yeah.
missed the whole art school, dyeing your hair, and like the 77 punk. It's just like,
Yeah.
I love that. Like hardcore was kind of like that. We're just regular people dressed like
You know,
the kids.
the street kids, this proper street kids that grew up, you know, from estates, from slums, from ghettos, and just played fucking music, you know, and
And then when you
that's
see them on stage, you say, "That's me. That's us. That's my friends. That's my neighborhood." And it's better than seeing. No offense to New York Dolls, but like they got $50 platform boots on, and they got this, and they got all these outfits. That's not us, you know. And I love the Dolls. You know, I love big rock bands. So, but that's not us.
I grew up in those same shoes. I grew up in those white kids that Joey would wear, and I that was what we wore.
That's what
grew up and what we
I
wore.
realized a lot of the punk when I first started like listening to like punk and stuff, I think like, without realizing it, a lot of it just happened to be like more of the European sound. Like I like the X-Ray Specs a whole lot.
great band.
Oh man, it's one of my favorite bands. God, Polystyrene was, and then just like the Crass was like one of my favorites, you know, and just like that whole like anarchist mentality, like because I found that kind of like political lean real early, and so like they had that like sound and that ethic and like that like real like do something and still be fucking like a gnarly person. And so that kind of like was what I gravitated to more. And then I listened to a lot of like Oi. So there was like it was like a lot of like that working class sound, you know. It was kind of like the bleed over from the anarchy.
So like, like from what he said so far, do you think he's gonna like Schizos?
Looks like
100%.
I'm gonna introduce him to this after this stream.
I think the Dolls have a lot more influence than people are giving them credit for.
They do.
I'm not taking away their influence.
Ryan, you're really offended by that, aren't you?
Hang on a second, John. They do, Ryan.
Wait, who's influence?
They would always go see the Dolls. Like Johnny and all of them would get together, go into the city, and they loved the Dolls. And they met because of their love of the Stooges and the Dolls. And the Dolls got them to start like a band. The problem was they didn't really know how to play instruments. And they're carrying their guitars and shopping bags, and they didn't know who was going to do what. Joey was going to play drums, and so their sound came similar to the Beatles. They didn't know how to play their instruments, so they're figuring out who's going to do what, and I'm going to do downstrokes, and that'll go with this. But the Dolls and the Stooges 100% inspired them to start a band. And then for Joey, his love of like doo-wop and stuff like that came into the lyrics, but big time. But the other thing I wanted to say, John, is you talked earlier about the influence, and Stephen King said something like 30 years ago, and I forget the way he said it, but he said like disco people were into going to these dance clubs and riding in limos, and the Ramones are for the rest of us. They wrote songs about falling in love at a Burger King and a 7-Eleven. And that's exactly what my life was growing up. And when Joey sang those songs, I met her at a 7-Eleven, we met at a Burger King. I'm like, yes, like I didn't understand that. Like I understood the way, and then like I said, it helped too that my entire family's from New York, so they, so the way they talk and everything.
100%, man.
I just want to refrain my New York Dolls Stooges thing. Like they are totally important. Two of my favorite bands. I just trying to explain the impact of the Ramones. It was, you didn't have to have that fashion aspect. Is mainly why I was bringing up the Dolls and stuff, not to diminish the Dolls' influence. You know what I mean? They, like when the Ramones came out, that was a visual impact, like a social impact to just the way they looked. That the Dolls did not have that angle, and the Stooges didn't have that angle, but they had absolutely two of the most important American bands.
Yeah, it was a tough look that nobody was really going for. And a look that was like kind of the people at the time. It was pretty cool.
The second time I saw that happen in my life was with grunge, and it was just people wearing what they usually wear every damn day, and it all of a sudden became mainstream, and then it started going on fashion, and I was like, what the hell? But it was just people wearing what was in their closet, long john shirts and flannels, what they wore out there.
But it was like that in the hardcore days too, though, Sean. Like where we just all wearing T-shirts, and obviously they had logos on them, but just our jeans, T-shirts, or
for me, you go to a thrift store, and I was wearing nickel shirts, what I could afford, $10 shorts, and that's what you wore to skate in. That's what you wore.
Yeah, the skaters, the hardcore kids, we all, then just like the kids who were just kind of on the fringes, we all looked the same, pretty much. You know?
Unless somebody had money and was buying Vision streetwear.
Yeah. Chris says, I barely listen to the Stooges, and I'm not into the Dolls. I would listen to the Stooges, man. They're pretty cool. I think
I would highly, highly recommend Funhouse, Chris.
Yeah,
it may not hit you right away, but that album, once you absorb it, I think you'll find it's one of the most important records in America.
All of them all.
Yeah. I just think Funhouse is a good starter.
I think
if
Funhouse is my favorite out of them all, I think. But
obviously I can't, I don't know with John, obviously he's fought like what he was speaking about, like Stooges and New York Dolls. What I interpreted by that point was in regards to the Ramones, between them, I don't know why. I thought this was Stones and Stooges and New York Dolls were a bit more musical. They could play better than the Ramones. The Ramones took it to that edge where it just showed you, anybody could pick up a guitar, sit behind a drum kit, scream down a mic. I don't. That's how I differentiate. But obviously that comment. That's my interpretation of that comment.
Yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that they were more musical. That they were better bands, but when the Ramones come along, it sort of even took it to the next stage. Like the New York Johnny Thunders wasn't the greatest fucking guitar player ever.
No.
But dude, that fucking guy could play a guitar. He could play and he could make his guitar sing. He did stuff with guitar emotionally, that's unique. But they could play.
Like
The
exactly
Ramones,
like John Lee Hooker, where you're not
Mhm.
technically there, but you mastered the instrument in your style, and that's your style, and we know it's Johnny Thunders from a mile away.
It's the
Yeah,
same
you
thing
know,
with Joe
John, I
Strummer.
was going to say, like, there's guitar players who, like, I could listen without seeing them. I could listen to what they're playing, and I would go, okay, that's Johnny Thunders. Just the way
Yeah.
that he played the guitar. That's special in a way.
Just to harp on the point again. Oh, so I'll let you.
No, it's such a special thing. That's what I was saying about Joe Strummer too. Joe Strummer, what he did with that Telecaster, which was like mostly a country western guitar, most people think of, and the sound he was getting out of that is just amazing.
Yeah.
Like you said earlier too, John. Like I consistently always think about what was popular then with, like you said, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, these 20-minute solos, and then for England, Pink Floyd, and then here, like people loving Peter Frampton.
Yeah,
Like,
there was no club shows, unless you've seen a country band or a discotheque. There was no
cover band, a cover
Yeah,
band,
cover band.
Little Oyster Cult and stuff like that. So like when it was like you would like the expression like a bolt of lightning coming to Earth.
But just to harp on the point about the New York Dolls and the Stooges, when you see them in the magazines, when you look at the album covers, these are larger than life characters. They're just like Alice Cooper or any rock stars. They're larger than life. You look at that Dolls cover, but when you saw a picture of the Ramones, you said these are four losers.
That's
No
why
one
I
was
love
saying
Dolls.
these are rock stars.
Relatable.
And that's a big difference.
To me,
Yeah,
the
they-
best part was looking at the Dolls and saying these are 5 losers, but somehow they're larger than life. And I was
Yeah.
like, whoa,
Okay, I will agree with that, but they definitely look like a rock star picks.
yeah. Oh, totally. I get what you're
They
saying.
look-
100%.
And
yeah,
that-
they look
And to that
original.
point, John, that's exactly why when I was a kid and I didn't hear their music, I just saw a picture of them and I was into Kiss. I
what I said.
wrote "dumb" in ballpoint pen over their photo. Later in life, I felt really bad about that, but I didn't hear their music. I just saw what they looked like, and I was like, "These look like kids that live down the street from me." Fuck that.
DUMB, everybody's accusing me. Everyone's accusing me.
You wrote it before they did, Michael.
I was just digging for the magazine down here. I was trying to find it. I know I have it, but I have like 200 magazines. I'm like going through them, going, which is the one? I can't find it.
That's the project for the next.
Yeah,
Think about
the Dolls had the image, like what Ryan said, they look like 5 losers, blah blah, but they had that image. They had something that made you think these guys. It was
it was brilliant. All 4 of them looked the same. Because if one of them was blonde, one had short hair, and they just looked like 4 losers that weren't matched, it wouldn't be powerful. But they all 4 looked the same. Brilliant.
It was like a mixed match of people, put there on the cover. But it was just like Bowie was doing the exact same thing, with Ziggy Stardust and stuff. He was a massive rock star, so I get that, that perception of, you see that image and that image, and you can connect the two.
So, all right,
Where Ramones, as I said, to me, coming from the UK, it just cried street New York. What you seen in the old black and obviously showing, I grew up with my grandpa, so an old gentleman, 70, and like watching Humphrey Bogart movies and like stuff like old gangster movies, like seeing New York in that image. When you seen the Ramones way back, then footage and stuff, that's what it reminded me of. That's what I connected. Them, they looked more grimy, more dirty.
And you always picture it in black and white, don't you? The footage,
I grew up.
Exact different approach to like how they discover the Ramones. It's amazing.
I think we have another hot take coming from from Pilmer's guest. Do you have another hot take? So you want to say something?
Oh man, I've got so many.
Let's hear it. Let's hear another one.
Everybody offended.
No, that's okay. Let's hear it.
All right. So with the Ramones thing, I'm not a huge fan when people say like, "Oh, guilty pleasures," like because like, "Oh, my guilty pleasure is this musician." It's like you like what you like, man. Like, fuck you, like it. You know, like it's not. I don't feel good. You know what I mean? But I like the Sex Pistols, and one of the things with that is like it's a guilty pleasure in that like I wish I liked the Ramones more because the Sex Pistols were like the first boy band, like a proto boy band. They were put together into like a thing, and like it's like
but they sort of weren't though.
Yeah, didn't meet on their own. It was like
they sort of did though.
But like I like the music more, and I hate that I do. You know? Because it's just like, damn, dude, like I would be the one to do that, you fucking idiot. You know?
I think it's all like how old you are when you discover it. Because when I first heard the Sex Pistols, I had already heard Dead Kennedys and Black Flag and all that stuff. So it sounded like a pub band to me. It sounded like a rock band. But later, I mean, I quickly got into the Sex Pistols a lot and loved them. But when I first heard them, I was like surprised they were considered to be punk rock.
I think it's Johnny Rotten, like Johnny Rotten's vocals.
Unmistakable.
Seriously, like,
just
and again, like, me and Ryan, and we've had discussions, privately, talking about music as you do, and culturally, like UK bands to a UK person they'll be interpreted differently. There'll be cultural things that's mentioned that no other person in the world will get. Like for instance, the Glasgow band UK82 Last Right, they mention YTSs. That was a system that was in place for youth training. There's things like that get mentioned in, especially back then, UK punk, that unless you were from here, it wouldn't really mean matter anything to you, but it hit you hard. And what Johnny Rotten did was, he came out, it was so vicious. He sang his lyrics with so much conviction. When he was singing about, the Queen and stuff, you felt that he meant it. It resonated differently because he was speaking about something that was happening in this country. So historically, to me, it's obviously a connection.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously in modern politics, and I don't obviously want to take it into a political thing, but with modern politics, you can still, fucking never mind the ball, you can still relate to shit that they're saying back then, and it still hits hard just the exact same way it did when it was released. And it's things like, that's what I like about music, and this is what I like about this platform, that you can discuss music that you love, and we all agree that we could all love this one album, but we all, from a cultural aspect, interpretate certain things, and it means certain things, and that's the powerful thing to me, like about music and about punk, and in general, just about how Johnny Rotten delivered what he did. It was such iconic, and from a UK perspective, to me, the Sex Pistols are bigger to me than the Ramones because of the cultural thing. It's not like sounding and who came first and who, it's not to do, it's to do with how it connected. And the first time I ever heard the Sex Pistols, I was like, fuck me, this music's been way before my time, and they're ripping into the establishment. They're talking about fucking young kids. It's street kids, scheme kids, like kids where I grew up, people that I associated with. It's the cultural connection in music, I think, is a great thing.
Now, I would say about the Sex Pistols, it doesn't even. I understand how you would have a better appreciation culturally, but Johnny Rotten is such a brilliant singer. That
Yeah.
angst, that frustration, and that like snottiness. It just
It's
doesn't matter what
unbelievable.
language he was. Doesn't matter what language he was speaking in. It was absolute brilliance. And any kid who felt that way, or person, or man, or woman, can
Yeah,
relate to that and just hear the emotion coming through. And not
yeah.
many singers captured that frustration and like anger. Like it's pure
And
brilliance. He's a genius
the,
singer for
Donkey.
the
that.
great thing, the great thing about Lydon, obviously Johnny Rotten, John Lydon, when the Pistols obviously had formed Pill, he showed how much a musician he was. Like, the Pistols and like every fucking punk band back then was, they can't play their instruments, they can't do this, they can't do that. When they formed Pill, it was like, fuck you, I can write great fucking produced sounding music with
Yep.
very great lyrics.
I love Pill.
And hooks for choruses.
Yeah, and obviously political, very, true to what his values and stuff were. And me personally, I always prefer Pill to listen to. I know that obviously they'll get more music, but I've always preferred Pill over Sex Pistols.
Yeah, me
I
too.
think it's a better listen, Never Mind the Bollocks is great for what it is, and it'll never, it's up there, it'll be cherished, and it's always, oh, there's Ryan.
That's Brian
Ryan
Anderson,
Blast from
man.
the past.
Good one, man. He's here.
Ryan,
He's
cheers,
running the show, but I missed the Black Flag segment already.
dude. Ryan,
Cheers,
I was
man.
gonna
It's good to see you
Ryan
back
Anderson.
on the show, man. Cheers,
Fuck
dude.
yeah,
Hell yeah.
Ryan Anderson.
Yeah.
Now you both
Yes.
raised like amazing points. Yeah, nobody sang it like Johnny, man. I mean, that was just total conviction, total angst, total vitriol, man. And it's a record that I think is so big in our scene that we don't go back to often because we're listening to like more. When you dig into it, you get into more obscure stuff. But I'll tell you what, man, when you come back to it, there's no doubt that you're going, wow, this is fucking amazing. Like this is like the
It's
shit.
like
It's real.
it's like we're always on this, this journey. We're always on this path to find the most obscure, out there, against the norm. Like, it's just, it must be, there must be something in everybody that likes this form of music, that, we must have this thing in us where, we all, venture and look to build on, what we've heard, and to find this next big thing. But it's like what you say, when you go back to these things that we hail now as classics and are categorised as classics, and that what we spoke about, that is one of them. You listen, it's one of the albums you've listened to time and time again, but when you go back to it, it fucking hits you so hard. Like, it's scalped, like it really hits you in the face, like how good that album is. And Never Mind the Bollocks and the remote, they all have that, and that's what makes them where they are, but how they're categorized and where we hail them.
Now, this isn't like punk rock. I'm going back in rock and roll history, but one of the most important songs, and it's the same thing. And you're going to think it's an overplayed song, this and that, but is I Can't Get No Satisfaction by the Stones. And this is before all the snotty 60s garage bands, but this is the first time you heard snottiness. You heard Rebellion, you heard Elvis, you heard Bo Diddley, Little Richard, you heard wildness, but the snottiness and I can't get no satisfaction with just the lyrics. I can't get no satisfaction. But he goes on and it's like this man on the TV says you can't be a man if you don't smoke the same cigarette as me. And he's like bitching and complaining. And it's so rude and snotty for that time. If you re-listen to that song with an open mind, not as just like a radio classic hit, and you listen to this, and then the fuzz comes in, and I'm trying to make some girl, and he's so bitchy and snotty. He's not even singing. He's like he's just complaining, and it's pure like punk attitude. And that was turning point where all those garage rock bands all of a sudden had to be snotty, like you don't like my long hair, and they go into these like little raps and stuff. But it was Mick, and it's the Beatles couldn't do that. Nobody did that. The Beatles, whatever. You had this punk guy just bitching. It's great.
Every song ever.
I want to hear. All right, so John, I totally agree with you because I was, sometimes when I'm coming home from work, I work the graveyard shift, and I put on the radio, and I heard "Satisfaction," and I was thinking to myself, like, this is a great song. Like, if you don't think of it as just some song on the radio and really like listen to the lyrics, you're like, yeah, like he's singing what he feels, like he's telling you what it is. And
listen, think of the parents who heard this in the car while like the teenagers listen to this. Like, what is this fucking guy? Like, this isn't singing. This isn't Tony Bennett or whatever.
What year did that come out? What year did that come out?
65, I think.
So like, I want to hear.
That's when they got away from covering blues music, and Jones didn't want them to go in that direction. He wasn't too happy that they weren't doing traditional blues anymore. So I think a lot of that sound, John, comes from that. It's like their first kind of song they did on their own, and not the one. What's the one they gave to the singer in England?
As Tears Go By, to Marianne Faithfull.
Yeah. So it has a completely different sound to that. It's more of this raw sound, and
supposedly
they're learning how to play their instruments too. Like what can we do? We can write our own stuff, and that's what came out.
And when we take that fuzz sound, I mean, it wasn't the first song with fuzz, but it's one of the first hits with fuzz. Yeah. And he slams on that pedal. It's like, and that's a awful snotty sound. We're used to now because we grew up with heavy metal and punk and hard rock, but that was a sound from Mars at the time.
That was a fuzz, right, wasn't it?
That's a great point.
Was that not first tracks he did? Was it not traditionally done in open G or something? Like, it's not tuning. I know Keith Richards went deep into like open tuning and open G, but supposedly, from reading his book, what he said in his book was he dreamt that riff. A lot of musicians back then went about with a 4-track, and they were fucked out their face and heroin and drunk, and he went back to a room and obviously plugged in as you do when you're drunk, and he was messing a bit, and he woke up and hit play and Satisfaction, and he shouted like Mick, and Mick wrote it like that.
I'm not being funny, but I can't play guitar when I'm drunk at all. It would not work for me whatsoever. It's like spaghetti fingers.
You need to practice drunk.
Yeah, exactly.
We used to bring cases into the practice space, and what are you doing? Well, we're practicing. You want to.
We always drink at practice.
We would practice the same way.
If you could practice drunk, then you'll be better live when you only have 6 or 8 beers.
Yeah, you'll be fine. I would love to hear Pilmer's friend's opinion of the Rolling Stones.
Oh no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
This would be great. Tell us what you think of when you hear
their disco.
They're
polka music.
Yeah, they're very
techno.
I'm not a huge fan of the Rolling Stones.
You don't have to be. Nothing to be ashamed of.
From the unseen cover Painted Black, they did it better.
I love this, dude.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Everyone likes something different. No worries, man.
It's okay, man. I would love to hear your opinion because, coming from a view that you come from, right, which I respect and I understand. I would
wouldn't.
love
I
to hear
barely
what you
respect
think
my
of
damn self.
delving back to like a song. It's just like a basic song, like "I Can't Get No Satisfaction" from the Rolling
Yeah.
Stones.
Well, I have the luxury of choice, you know. I can
Okay.
choose that sound. I can choose from other shit now. I like when they came out, they were the only ones with that sound. So like you had no choice but to like it. Now I have like infinite bands I can listen to. So I choose not to listen to that.
It's a good
You know what I
answer.
mean? Like,
Okay, fair enough.
You're with the internet.
I thought you
guy.
have a hot take about the Stones.
man,
All
they
right.
tried to get me on that shit when I was a kid, and computers are goofy to me, bro. I'm not good at them. This shit's garbage to me, bro. I don't fuck with it.
No, I don't know about garbage. I mean, I would accept goofy, but I don't know about garbage.
I mean, no, I appreciate the fact that I'm able to interact with people. They don't. It has its utility. Don't get me wrong. I'm just not a huge fan. Like, oh man,
He's
I
way
have
more
some-
street.
well, have you given him a fair shot?
The angel dust is kicked in.
I'm so-
Stevie.
Fuck yeah.
All right. Well, I thought that would go a lot better than it did.
Well, here, hey, wait. On that note, let me just say, literally, we haven't really caught up in fucking years. And when he
Years.
walked in here for the first time, we got on camera. So we will
That's
go and let somebody else take our place, and we're gonna just catch up on the last 10 years.
yeah, it's literally been 10 years at least.
All right. Well, you guys
haven't
enjoy
talked.
each other's company, man. I'm
But
glad.
thank you for welcoming. Us,
Yeah, man.
and thank
With
you.
all my garbage opinions, I'm so glad that y'all at least listen to me. You feel me? Like, thanks for the respect. Appreciate it.
100%.
I know.
Nice meeting you,
Yeah,
Michael.
good to meet
Yeah.
you.
Good to hang out with you
You
again.
guys are cool. Have a good
I
night.
wish
Thank
you
you.
the best of luck in your screen printing business.
Yeah,
there.
man.
I think you're
Thanks.
gonna do well.
You need anything, man? Let me know. I'll fucking do it. I love that shit. There's
I'll have something printed by you if you listen to the Rolling Stones.
Oh yeah.
I already have. I've listened to them before. That's how I know I'm not like the biggest fan. But Satisfaction's pretty dope. I'll listen to an album. I'll tell you what. You give me like 5 songs. I'll listen to all of them, and I'll give you like my opinions.
Yeah,
of it.
Ryan, email me. I'll give them to him.
Yeah.
All right, cool. No, man, I really appreciate you coming on, man, and sharing your experience.
Thanks for having me,
We
guys.
love
You guys
your opinion,
rule.
man. Cheers.
Fantastic,
Later,
man.
YouTube fam. See you
Cheers.
later, brother.
Cheers.
Thanks for coming
Bye-bye.
on, man. Appreciate you. Much
Good luck.
respect.
I'm also going to use this as an opportunity to go to bed as well.
Oh man, Joe's.
What
going,
time is it over
pretty
by you,
late
Joe?
over there, Yeah.
Huh? Sorry?
What time is it over by you?
It is 20 past 3.
Oof.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Bit of a late one, isn't it?
Yeah. Stevie, what about you, man? It's probably pretty late over
Um,
there too, right?
Same
Same
time.
as
Same time. Yeah.
Same.
You got the same
Yeah.
time zone. All right. Everybody's
Yeah.
saying
Right.
goodbye.
I will
I'm
see
so
you
glad Ryan Anderson joined us, man. He's awesome, man. He's a good dude.
Yeah, I thought it was in the
Yeah, we haven't
jazz.
seen him in a while.
How do I
I can't tell you how to
shit
get
with
out of here.
technology, honestly.
On
Do
the
you see
bottom.
leave studio on the bottom, red?
Oh yeah, I've got it. Right, I'll
Bottom.
see you all later on.
Take care, Joe. Good luck.
Have a good night.
Thanks for
Good
coming
to-
on, Joe. Cheers, man.
Yeah,
Thanks
it's
for
been
hanging out
cool.
with
Like,
us
I'll
late
try and
night,
catch
man.
the next one. When is the next
Appreciate
one?
you. Yeah, thank you, dude.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Cool.
Yeah, 2 weeks. We do it every other week.
Nice one.
Joe Strauss Blanca.
Hey.
That's cool, man. That's cool.
Joe
Well, see you later. I'll see you later.
Joe came
All right.
on, and it's always cool to get another opinion about the stuff you love. Just from somebody from a different viewpoint.
I like what Randy said too. Randy spoke about the Kinks influencing the Stones. And absolutely a big influence. But the other thing about the Stones too, which I find interesting, like, that's so early in the 60s, it was most likely recorded on a 2-track. And to do that kind of stuff on a 2-track, and you see that history with Hendrix going from like 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 track, depending on what album he's doing. He was doing
And just bouncing tracks together back and forth, to try to get as many overdubs as you can,
amazing. Just amazing.
Yeah, amazing.
It's like it's sort of like what you're talking, what you're talking about, and it was like Crass back in the day. Obviously they were like militant in the UK. It was like a militant movement, and they got someone who had released like private information, and it was to do with Reagan and Margaret Thatcher in some boat, some ship that had went missing. So what Crass did was they got all of these old, sound bites from Reagan and they conducted a conversation in the narrative about this information. And it obviously went to court and stuff like that, and they won their case. And it was through what obviously they did, like back then, how difficult, now it's so easy, you get a software and it does it for you.
Sure.
Like to sit and articulately cut sections of voice, even those files, they wouldn't even have been files back then,
No, they're probably on cassette tapes patched into the mixing board,
So they, and especially obviously someone like Crass, who were like totally anti-system, like they totally pushed against anything to do with, anything. They were like, we want to grow our own veg, we want to be left alone, basically. And the great thing about Crass, and it's like opinion, is like Steve Ignorant. Steve Ignorant's like us, guy from the street. He's a working class dude, grew up in a normal family, came from basically shit. Penny Rembrandt was like an aristocrat type, came from money. He knew about the system. So like, I've got all of this shit that I want to say, and all of these people are saying stuff, but I can't get it out. And obviously got in touch with Penny Rembrandt, and they started obviously Crass, and it developed from there. But it was like they went against everything. Like it was totally, they didn't want anything to do with anything, and it was pretty unique, like what they did.
Welcome to the stream.
No, I hear what I hear exactly what you're saying, Stevie.
We're not in the basement.
Hey, boys.
What's going on, dudes? How's it going, man? Cheers. Welcome.
Eric had a good comment about Crass there. I'm sure everyone read
Let's
it.
see, Crass was more of an art collective than a band, so everything they did was reflective of that. Yeah, they were also a pretty damn good band too, though. I mean,
I would disagree. That we're a collective. It was just they did everything DIY.
But it's almost like
to a record collector and stuff in current terms. Yes, it's more a collector aspect. But
was Crass? Did they have the message first, and they used music as the medium to throw their message? That may be more of what Eric is saying, as opposed to we're a band. Oh, let's sing about this, this topic. These were guys who had an idea and something they wanted to express, and used music to push it. It could have been painting, it could have been like flyers or graffiti, it could have been protests, but they used music.
No, in a sense, I agree with that, but in a sense, no.
I'm not taking sides on that's what I think. I'm just
no. But like what they did was they obviously opened. They got this squat, and this squat's still going, and they all chipped in with money, and they went and obviously bought this property, and they still own money. They've not fully paid it off, but they said, like, you come. So any of us, like the now, obviously for me it's easy. I could jump in the car and I could drive to that house, and they'll open their door to you, and they'll say, like, you're welcome. Tell your story. Tell us your story. Sit down. Give me your story, and you've got a room for the night. and they still do that to this day. And they said, like, you know, they've took people in over the years, and it's been painting, it could have been literature, it could be anything. It was whatever someone wanted to express. And GV was the person that did, she was a woman, it did all the artwork. Obviously very thought-provoking artwork. But what she made a great, there's a documentary, you can get it, there is no authority, there's no authority but your own, like you're in charge, you know, don't answer to anyone. And they, you know, it was just all about open your door, in you come, it doesn't matter what you do. And what she said was, you could come into this house and your talent or your give back was you were able to make a good pot of tea. You could make tea. That was your contribution. That was your thing. So in a sense, you know, I don't think it was, you know, all about the expressed through music. You know, they expressed through multiple formats. Obviously, it was more art entertainment type thing, but they
And
just
I guess
look,
expressing through lifestyle, really.
yeah. And obviously, Penny Rembrandt, he's still to this day like pure pro. He's fought law cases against BT, who's a big massive corporation here. You know, they tried to take the land from him, and you know, obviously an intelligent man. But Steve Ignorant has obviously got the more, what you would say, common sense. He lives in a house, he's married, and in that documentary he says all of those things that I spoke about, all of those things that I stood up for, I still believe in 100%. I would never change my view. He says, but unfortunately, we need money to survive in this lifestyle now. He says you have to be realistic, and he said in the 70s, it was like you could live with no money. He says you didn't really need money. You could live off the lot, like that type of thing. You could squat in a house, grow some potatoes, grow some veg and shit, and everybody mucked in together. And it was a community. It was very organic.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement. I think it's just hard to explain. But yeah, we're all.
Now the people are kicking the homeless out of everything, you know, shit like that.
Yep. It's a something Stevie was describing is something that like really won't happen now, which is kind of
it can't.
crazy.
It can't.
You know?
It can't.
Kind of,
No.
you know, and you think about it in the time where you almost need it more than ever.
Right. For sure.
And Eric was talking. He said, "I didn't mean that they weren't a band. It just meant that they that everything they did was in pursuit of their art, and musically went hand in hand with their visual aesthetic, recording methods and themes."
Yeah, that's perfectly put. It obviously put it more articulate than a fucking dumb Scottishman could. But
I think you did a great job.
You did.
I think
Steve, you did
were on
great.
point,
You did great.
man.
You did great, brother. Yeah.
Hey, you know two languages. How dumb can you be, man?
Yeah, right.
I mean,
we got two new guests on the panel. We got Randy and we got Bourbon Bruce, baby. Come on, let's go. And I think Bruce, you're sitting at $2.99 right now, subscriber wise.
I'm at 301, I believe.
301. All right, you broke the
300.
Congratulations, man.
Let's give a tip up here, man.
And well deserved, man. You showed some great records. And I'm happy for you, man. It's going to grow from here. It's going to grow and grow and grow.
Yeah, we know the numbers and all that shit. We don't care about it. We know that. But, like, it still feels good to know that people are seeing it and watching it. 100%. And all the conversations I have with all these cats and the it's just great, man.
Yeah,
a lot of fun.
I'm happy for you, man. You show some great records. You do some great videos. And I'm glad the fruits of your labor are finally growing.
That's the first time I've ever seen a bourbon with a head on it.
Is Bourbon Bruce not drinking bourbon? Oh, he's got another glass.
Okay.
He's got another glass.
I'm an alcoholic, Randy. Calm down.
So, like we went around the corner with everybody else. Let's go with Randy. Randy, what are you listening to lately, and what have you got? Let's show us the goods, man. Come on.
Know, I haven't been buying a whole lot lately, but I did get. I was happy as hell. I was looking on Stools, Discogs. I always check in, kind of see what because their early stuff is rare, you can't find it. And I found this, what is that? The Milk River Blues cassette.
Cool.
Upside down.
Oh, that's cool.
Whoops. Yeah. And I found it for $4.99 on Discogs, man. So
can't beat that, dude. Excellent.
And the only other thing I got is Patrick. He had his I don't know what show that was, Tuesday or Wednesday night, whatever. But he was playing some of the Ramones rarities off that new box set. I'm like, dude, sell me that rarities. It's the only thing I want out of the box. And he sent it to me, man.
No way. Cool, man. That's cool of him. That's really cool.
Yeah, very cool.
So
in the future,
you saved $150.
Yeah,
exactly. That's all I wanted,
That's the one record I
No,
wanted.
that was very cool of him to do that. But it's got touring 1981 version. I can't get you out of my mind. Chop Suey alternate version. New Girl in Town. Street Fighting Man. Smash You. Howling at the Moon demo.
Right on that.
I can't believe that Spider-Man didn't make this though. That's kind of a rare one.
Weird. It's kind of weird.
Are you missing that, Randy? Are you really missing that?
Well, Spider-Man was after Brain Drain, and I think the box went to Brain Drain, so it's not going to be on there.
I do have it on a bootleg.
A lot of that
7-inch.
In Ramon time, like Smash You and stuff.
Yeah, it's got Go Home Man. You Can't Say Anything Nice. Let's see. I Don't Want to Live This Life Anymore. Life Goes On. Indian Giver. Go Little Camaro Go, and Pet Cemetery radio mix. Oh, the Go Little Camaro Go was an alternate.
Without Debbie Harry.
And the Indian Giver was a remix. So.
I love that there's a track called I Don't Want to Live This Life Anymore, and the very next track is Life Goes On.
And then they also have I Want to Live.
Nice catch.
And he sent the stickers, the stickers, and then there's the vinyl. Kind of cool.
Oh, that's splatter. That's cool, nice. Man.
Yeah, but I think the cover is really cool. It's like it doesn't do it justice here, but it's like a bright orange, neon orange, and it's a very generic cover, which it should be, But
that's cool. I like it.
Yeah, I'd love to hear those songs, man.
That was really cool. That's really cool.
That's really cool of the vinyl.
Yeah, I mean,
that to you, man. That's
and he just wanted me to send him some rare records he can record, and then he'll send them back.
You got plenty of those.
Yeah. Hey, Bruce, Bourbon Bruce, what do you got going on, baby? Come on, show us the goods, man.
You got me on that singles kick, motherfucker.
Oh, hell yeah, baby.
Got another batch.
Think about it.
7-1.
So I'm trying to complete my Dickies collection. I'm really trying to get everything. So
nice.
Fan mail. It's got Stuck in a Pagoda with Church of Toyota on the back, on the B.
Yeah. Great tunes.
Silent Night.
Yeah. It's on white wax, right?
Yeah, all the Dickie stuff's colored, man. Yeah, that's white. The fan mail is on red. So I got 2 more Dickies. I'm going nuts with the Dickie stuff lately, dude. I'm telling you. Get back, give it back, and You Drive Me Ape. This is also on white.
You big gorilla.
Yeah,
I think the B side's better than the A side on that one.
I completely agree.
That might be the best tune.
Yeah.
And then Eva Destruction cover and Doggy Do. And this bad boy here, my kids love this because I got 2 daughters. Daddy, that one's pink. So, fucking killer, right?
Cool.
Here's a cool talking about the Ramones, brother. Here we go. Fucking Mickey Lee, dude. Rattlers.
Oh yeah, Rattlers. Yeah, that's a good
yeah.
one. Yeah.
It's black, the big hole, but yeah.
Yeah.
Rattlers first. What's funny to me is like
On
this
the
came
beat.
out in '79, and they didn't release their full length till like '84, which is kind of weird. But I picked this up. That's the American stuff, not the UK shit.
Yeah, good stuff.
Mika showed this on one of his videos recently. It was it's got that radio shit, which is dumb, but Rick Buckler from the Jam, dude, at Time UK Cabaret.
That's a cool one.
This is a good tune though, and I liked it. And he showed. I was like, you know what? I've heard that song, and I'm gonna buy that, so I bought it. It's got that radio interview, double 7-inch. That radio interview is pointless, but whatever.
Mika didn't like the radio interview.
I think it sucks too.
Mine's just a single.
So
John got off easy.
You know me, I love me some Moondogs, so picked up Imposter 7-inch.
You've completed the Moondogs discography.
Actually, brother, I just bought the LP from Germany like 2 days ago.
Cool.
So once that comes
Who are the
in,
Moondogs? I don't know them. Tell me who they are.
UK band, man. They had a children's TV show where they like did stuff with kids and they played music. It's the most like UK thing I've ever heard in my life because that would never happen here. But yeah, like they're actually, I think they're Northern Ireland, I believe. So it's not technically the UK, but yeah, they're like a power pop punk band, man. They're good, real good.
Cool,
love them. So yeah, once I get that LP in the mail, it only got released in Germany. It's on Sire Records. They never had a US release, never had a UK release. It's just German, and then there's a bootleg. But I finally got that. I bought it from Germany. I was like, I'm done. I just want to have it and get it over with.
Hey, Bruce, I got a question. Hold on, my fucking camera came unplugged for some reason. Hang on. Yeah, that's good shit, man.
I love the Moondogs. They're great.
Yeah, nice stack.
Very nice.
I got a couple. I got 3 more.
For some, I gotta find out how to get my camera back on in here. Hang on.
Stop cam.
Bottom. The bottom taskbar. You'll have mic, cam.
Yeah, look down below. Very.
I got you right here. Yeah. Hang on. Yeah, there we go. I'm back. Hey, is this the same Moondogs or is this a different Moondogs? Heads I win, tails I lose. I think this is a different. This is a different
That doesn't
version.
sound familiar to me, dude. That doesn't sound familiar.
This is a great band called the Moondogs, man. This is like
What
some
was it
great
released?
power pop punk rock. What's
The
that?
date? What's the date?
Let's take a
year?
look. Let's take a look here. It's late 70s. I think it's 78.
Oh man, that's the exact same time.
Yeah.
Like 78 to 81, 82 is when they were active. So,
but
I've never heard that. If that is the same band, I don't know about it.
I don't think it's the same. I don't think it's the same.
It's got to be
band.
different.
I'll look it up.
This is really cool. Heads I win, tails.
It's got to
I
be
lose.
different.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Well, I need to check that out now. Shit. That's why I hate these things.
Yeah. Ryan Kidd is hated by wives around the world. For their
My wife has a love hate
ordering singles.
All right. Ryan, what was it? What was it called?
It's called the Moondogs. Heads I win, tails I lose, and the B side is Two's a Crowd.
Right,
okay, I actually have a track of theirs. You don't do ya on the Good Vibrations comp.
Oh, cool.
Yes,
cool.
that's
So
their
I-
first
yeah.
single, John. That's their very first.
Yeah,
single.
I have it. I don't know it offhand.
And the A side is She's 19, I believe.
Oh, and then I have Who's Gonna Tell Mary. I could see the comps they're on. The Shake Some Action comp.
That's probably their best song.
There's also a Swedish rockabilly band called the Moondogs.
Look who's here, everybody. Dr. October is here.
Awesome. What the hell?
There was an American rockabilly band too from Chicago, Moondogs.
Wow.
Hey, Doctor.
We learned
coming on the
Doctor,
stream,
do you want to come up? Because I'll hop off and let you come on if you have access to.
The doctor's
on
not coming
holiday.
on. He
He's
just
on
did like a
holiday, baby.
16-hour drive, so he's
Okay.
He's on holiday, baby.
Yeah.
He's got a number to drink and a beach coming his way.
That
Look at the
Dickies
doctor, man.
single that you just picked up, is it Give It Back? The one on white? Is it
Dickies?
Give It Back? The Dickies.
Correct.
It's, a,
Yep.
it's Go Ape or something on the back.
Here,
What's it be? Drive Me Ape.
You drive me ape. Yes.
That's obviously like the cultural thing for being from the UK. I picked that single up in a charity shop for £1, like
Thrift
3 weeks
store.
ago. Yeah, it's
Amazing.
like crazy.
We
But
can't find
how-
that shit here for less
how-
than 10, 15 bucks.
But it's like stuff that's common where you are is super
Cool.
rare here.
It's
Like
exactly
super-
the same. It's exactly the same. Yep.
It's yin and yang. It's
exactly.
not
Yeah,
one.
dude. Like,
one
well,
or,
these are
you know,
all. These are UK releases.
Yeah.
A lot of the picture sleeves are UK releases because the UK did more picture sleeves than the States did. So most of these are UKs.
Yeah, I think the Dickies sold more in the UK as far as singles. You go on Discogs, they're all European. You know,
From
it's
what I
hard to get the
understand,
American.
John, that's correct. Yeah, I got a few more, and we'll get off it. The Gas, another band from the UK.
Great band, yeah.
You got to get the single "Ignore Me." Yeah,
Ignore
Me is the best.
Pretend you never saw me.
Yeah, I got it.
That's a great tune.
Everybody else does.
That's a great song.
This is the only one I didn't have, so now I have all of them. So we're good there. This is a Polydor release. Polydor label. Two more, and this is band. Obviously, everybody knows them. But went ahead and got the Ruts.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Is that the double? Is that a double?
No, it's just single.
Single.
It's just Virgin label.
Nice
And
label.
then, of course, the banger. Babylon's Burning with Society on the B side.
Yeah.
So that's the 10 singles I bought a couple weeks ago.
Cool, man.
That's such
that's
a
what I got, man.
killer track, man.
Yep. Ryan's got me hooked on singles right now. It's pissing me off because there's just so many and I don't have that many. I'm an LP guy.
You don't have to get them all, Bruce.
Yeah,
Easy
exactly.
does it, brother.
You're never going to get them all. It's okay.
It's
okay. I'm certainly going to try, though. Yeah.
Like for me, like seven singles, like being a parent, you know, I've got 2 young kids.
So do I, brother.
So they're quick, you know, you can just, you can rattle through, you know, a few different artists, few different genres.
Yep.
So, like, to me, like, I'm so deep into a 7, you know, at the moment, it's just my lifestyle. It just suits my lifestyle.
Dude. Yeah,
and
dude.
that's the great thing about 7s.
Yes,
You
dude.
can get that instant hit. You know, you just, boom, pogo like a motherfucker for a couple of minutes.
Yeah,
and-
exactly.
So, yeah.
So, dude, like,
Yeah.
I'll put an LP on to get through the A side,
Yeah.
and my wife will be like, "Are you playing the B side on this, or are we done?"
It's like-
I get it, dude. I get it.
You're at that age now that you can't fucking pogo a full album. So I got a
Exactly.
couple of
Yeah.
singles.
I feel you, brother. I feel you. 100%.
I love the 7s, man. I love the artwork, the sleeves of the 7 inches, man. They're just very special. And plus, like,
cool,
the band
dude.
putting their best foot forward, man. That's what they're, they're giving you the good stuff, man. Right.
Yeah, you're
away.
not getting a filler track with a 7, dude. You're not. You're
And
not,
then and then you flip it over, and the B side, some of the times is something you can't get somewhere else.
it's not on the album. Yeah, it's not on the album.
Sometimes the
Correct.
A side isn't on the album. You know, sometimes
Sure,
they didn't even
yeah.
have an album.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a single. Yeah,
One and done. One and done.
That's a great stack you showed there, Bruce.
Yeah, man, I got some other cool shit coming too in the mail, but yeah,
Like
I'll probably make a video for it.
Like the US hardcore stuff and like the UK 82, like 7s, you know, like the picture sleeves and the little inset, you know, the little bits of information that you got in them. And I picked up a single by a band called Generic. They're, I think, Newcastle, Leicester way. It's like UK 82, but more verging on like traditional hardcore, but it's get really like UK vocal style, and the what was it? Free Liberty for South Africa. The EP is called, and it's a fold out piece of paper. You fold it all out, and there's so much information like about that time. But there's a piece that the band, or the main guy that did all their marketing, and he said, if by doing this way, like fold out rather than a generic picture sleeve or a standard sleeve, they were saving something like £10 back then. And I was showing my mate, and we were talking about it, and I was like, people always associated punks as dumb motherfuckers, like pure. They had nothing, but how fucking smart that they worked out that if you put it on a piece of paper and folded it all up and put your single in it, that you were going to fucking save all of this cash. And
genius.
It just, like, things like that, just honestly, they make, like, things like that make me so happy that there's people, or there is people, and there was people back then that were just so fucking like, I'm going to look outside this box. I don't want to do anything conventional. I want to see what avenues where I can cut a dollar, and I just think that's an amazing thing that
it's done out of necessity.
Well, it's done out of necessity, but it also adds a personal touch to the thing.
But it was how smart, these fucking people came from no education. They're fucking street kids.
Street smarts, for sure.
And to work that out, it's genius.
Impressive. I agree, Stevie. It's impressive.
Yeah.
There was first Discord 7 inches EM high, and then took it to a print shop, and they printed it out and they ended up cutting out, and they had to fold them and then use glue, and they did it for like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. So I'm just sitting there doing it. It's quite
and not only the smart of doing that, like their peers were sitting home playing Atari. Like, these are kids who just decided to become in a band, decided to start a record label, decided to put out their own record labels, then do a tour. I mean, they're miles ahead of like all the kids they went to high school with. Who, like, someone maybe played hockey, someone played Atari, they played baseball. These guys, let's start a band, and no one told them to. There was no rules, no one was pushing them, no parents were saying, "Oh, that's a good idea." They did this all on their own, and pretty much it happened.
Going back
multiple continents, multiple states.
Shit, I couldn't do that now.
Like, going back to that big, massive, well-known band, and it was obviously John mentioned in Discord that obviously weren't on that label, but Bad Brains, like, fuck, man, like, how they put out that first fucking record, like,
crazy.
It's a documentary. They were recording vocals basically in like a cupboard. It was like a fucking pre-built, it was just so DIY, and they did everything themselves. And I think that is one of the greatest things that the US punk scene, like especially hardcore, the US hardcore scene, I think they really showed the world that you can fucking do what you want. You have the heart, go and you fucking achieve what you want to achieve. And that drove obviously the UK, the next resurgence, because UK 82 they classed as UK 82, but it was just really fucking UK hardcore. It was just a different form of hardcore from the UK. It wasn't this new genre that they tried to promote. It was just US hardcore, because they were all influenced from the US bands, and it's just amazing to think, and what John just said, you know, these were kids where generally 90% of their friends were playing fucking Atari, and this one wee dude and this other wee dude were like, oh, I've heard this artist, I've heard this single. Fucking cool. We could do this and we'll start a band. And do you want to know what? We'll just do it all. We'll make our own record label, and it is, in a sense, like kids, kids thinking, where like when you're at that age, when you're 10, 12, and you're a young kid and you're playing with your mates, you think you can achieve, anything, but it's having that, and they've took that to sort of pre-adolescence and still had that, and it's very unique. And what they did was very unique, and it's a long-lasting thing. It's not just they've did it and it's fizzled out and it's got to the year 2022 and nobody else is doing it. It's continuing. People continually be DIY. People,
and you have to give credit to almost just certain bands, because you have to give like Minor Threat, Black Flag, SST. I'll give like Jello Biafra, Dead Kennedys, Alternative Tentacles, The Meatmen, Touch and Go. Like these were the guys. Like there was maybe 800, let's say, hardcore bands or punk bands in the 80s, 900, whatever it is. But these guys created the infrastructure, what it takes for a 16-year-old and say, we're going to put on a show. We're going to rent the hall. You're going to have to make a phone call. You're going to have to go down there. Do you mind if we put on a show? You're going to have to take tickets. We'll have to figure this out. And who the hell does that? Like 1 out of 50,000 people would be able to do that. And they created this infrastructure so I could start a hardcore band, and there's already a club to play at. There's already a label to put me out. There's already a tour path with people and connections and maximum rock and roll. Like
it was the confidence as well. It was like
they were pioneers, literally.
That's what we did 20 years ago, and it was great.
I'm reading John Joseph.
But the infrastructure was already set up by the time I grew up. There was already clubs that put on shows, VFW halls. Like I didn't have to do any. I mean, I had to work for my band, but I didn't have to start from scratch. And I wouldn't even have had the brains.
Like every local show I played that was at an Elks Lodge. That they set it up like based off this premise.
But someone had to come up with that idea. Like I wouldn't even have thought of it.
Cheaper, and I think some of them you didn't have to worry about because they knew like maybe they'd be a straight edge band, so they knew no liquor, so they could go there and do a show.
All ages shows for sure. Yeah. Yep.
And it's like what Stevie said too. It's amazing that they showed this to other bands. But the other thing to me that is always amazing to me is Ryan speaks about this often with his show, like the way he feels about doing this too. And these hardcore bands knew, as much work as they're putting into this, that they would never become mainstream. And knowing that, they still wanted to do it. And that's a beautiful thing. Like they knew that like this is not going on the radio. We're doing this because we love what we're doing and we want to express who we are. And it's a beautiful thing to show people, like you don't have to do this because like I want to make $1 billion a year and I want a jet airliner. And it's a beautiful thing that they showed the world. Like not only do you not need a major label to do this, but you do this because you love doing it and you want to.
I think that's the greatest thing in the world is when 4 guys, it doesn't have to be men, but 4 kids get together with this idea and they know right away, we're going to hit a dead end. We're a black metal band. You can't read our logo. We know we already limited ourselves before we did the first step. Like when I'm in a rockabilly band, we dress from we have no fucking potential. This is just for us. And hopefully we get other friends that like this stuff involved and we can put on a show, but it's a dead end. There's no chance of going anywhere. You're a hardcore band, you're whatever, heavy metal, not like Ozzy heavy metal, but you're dead. You already limited yourself before you even took the first step. I love it. It's brilliant.
You could even say that probably, John, like we were talking earlier. Like I imagine the Ramones felt the same way, and similar to the Velvet Underground, like going back to like we're going to do something so different, And like some of the Ramones, like I can't imagine.
Or just a band like the Dead Kennedys, just by having that name, you shut yourself off. Or the Butthole Surfers,
Right,
just by coming up
right.
with that name, we already like, this is as high as we could ever go. Maybe
a
not
block
into the
right there.
90s, but at that point in time,
You
you
know,
already shot yourself in the foot. Brilliant.
We're thinking about the bands like that
yeah.
made it that have those names or have those kind of stigmas to them. But I mean, let's think about the bands that we were in. We did it because we believed in it, and we knew at the end of the day, yeah, you're going to hit a dead end. There's a point where this is not going to be sustainable, right? I mean, unless something miraculous happens. You know?
And we didn't even think in the future. We just knew we were
never
limited
thought about
ourselves
that.
right away. Like,
I mean, the thought was always there that maybe something bigger could happen, but nobody gave a shit about it. You know what I mean?
Well, it's
but
just
if you're a death metal band, you're done. At least you were in the late 80s. I mean, obviously some bands made it, but when you're a kid in 1989, 90, say we're going to do death metal, you're limited to these clubs, this scene, and that's it. And
well,
it's brilliant.
It's like talking about the stream. I mean, we're talking about rock and roll, right? I mean, this is going to be a niche to a lot of people and to a certain amount of people. But like you get in that band and like, hey, I'm doing it because I love this. I want to carry it on a little bit, and somewhere down the road, maybe somebody will appreciate it, and it I don't know, but
I do this.
You're not even thinking about down the road. You're thinking about like that day or that show.
This is what we want to do now. But
exactly.
We don't care.
I do this because I don't want a savings account when I'm older.
It's being like so devoted.
Buying records.
Want to do artistic like a painter. Like you're not being concerned. Like, are they going to like this? It's like you like it first, and then you want to put it out in the world,
100%.
and people like it. And it's a beautiful thing.
Oh yeah, 100%, man.
That's like what you said is exactly like I really don't give a fuck. Like, what anybody thinks artistically or like musically or whatever. I use art. I use music as an expression and extension of myself. I'm not the best guitarist. I'm not the best artist. I don't claim to be. I never will be. But what you see, like when I do something, it's me.
You're authentically you, brother. You're authentically you.
It's me. It's a true emotion. It's a true representation of how I felt in that moment. Like Sean
100%.
really likes art, and he'll probably relate to like what I'm saying. Like if you're drawing, how your emotion at that time is exactly the same as music. If you're feeling shitty, you're maybe going to draw a dark tinged drawing. You're maybe going to play more aggressive styled music. Or if you're in love, you're going to play, things. We're human beings, we're driven by emotion, and there is nothing that can change that. It's for cosmetic makeup. We're driven by emotion. But that's the thing. We're all emotionally different.
And also, we have like a little bit of an anti-system, anti-society. At least I do. Like, you feel like I don't want to be part of that. I want to do my thing, and it's a rebellion, whether it's I don't know forced or not. I don't know exactly what I'm saying, but like,
no,
I don't want to do that.
I totally get what you're saying, man. Like
100%, dude. Yes.
Totally. Like when I was in the Disconnects, like I wrote those songs in my basement. In the fucking I was a cellar dweller. I had no direction, no life, and I wrote these songs, and we put a record out, and I got to go to England, man. And in the first night of the tour, there's this guy in the front of the stage who knew the words to my record, and I'm thinking to myself, like, wow, this is the best day of my life. Like, this guy knows the words of my record. And I also thought, like, what do these lyrics mean to him? Like what did these translate to him?
Could be completely different.
Yeah, it was totally cool, man. Like, you can make connections whether you're talking about records or making records. It doesn't matter what you're doing. As long as you're being creative, putting something out there, man. And you're gonna
Yeah,
meet.
I mean,
people.
whatever we did was never just about me. I wanted respect from the people I respected in my small circle. So it wasn't writing a song. I couldn't say, "Oh, I'm writing this for myself." I was writing it for those 8 kids. You know, not that I was writing a lot of songs, but co-writing. You know, for my bandmates and our little scene, and that's all I pictured. You know, I did want respect from the people I respected. You know, the bands we
100%.
played with. So there is. It's not just about myself, you know.
But it's the same thing with the VC, man. It's the same thing. It's the same thing here as when I was playing in bands. Like nobody in our circle phones it in. Nobody. Everybody's authentic. Everybody's who they are, and they do real shit. And
Yeah, we all could be bigger channels if we showed the right records, but we all only so many people are gonna like my channel because I'm showing reggae one day, doo-wop the next, then punk, and who the hell wants to see this? But there's a certain amount that do. So you know.
Well, we do. We want to see it.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like most people, the guy's showing 45s. They're gonna flip over. No one has patience for 45s.
They're gonna get 30 seconds into it, and they're gonna fucking go somewhere else, man. That's what
Small records. Flip next channel.
John's comment earlier. What's with all these small records?
Dude, I laughed my ass off at that. That was so good. That was so good.
But that's how. I mean, we're into it. But people think that. They won't even look at 45s. You know, they need to see the album cover that they recognize. And if you hold up an album cover they don't recognize, the brain, and it's not their fault, but the brain just tunes out.
Yeah.
You know, I like seeing things I've never seen before. That's what.
Move on.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say, John. Like, what bothers me is you got the know-it-alls. You know, they know everything, blah blah blah. But I don't know everything. And I love learning about all this other stuff. I learned so much from these channels, and that's what I love about this shit. I love sharing my stuff that I bought, but I like watching this. I like watching people show me stuff I've never
Yeah,
seen.
do you know Stunty? You know Stunt Rock Confusion?
Yeah,
He's into electronic and noise. Right. I really don't like any of that stuff. I'm a rock and roll guy, but I just love his channel because everything he shows me I've never seen before, and he's passionate about. Even though I say this is awful, I can't take this, and I might choke, but I love seeing things I've never seen before by someone who's passionate, as opposed to I've seen the Led Zeppelin. Maybe this is a different precedent, but I've seen this for my entire life. I don't need to see it anymore.
Yeah. That's how I feel about Mike.
I can't believe you're standing up for Stunty, man.
I know you have that issue there, but I'm using him as an example. I'd rather see
I know you have
records I've never seen. I'd rather see that Moondogs record. I've never seen it before than someone show me,
That's how I feel. That's how I feel about Mike. Uncommon Pallor,
exactly.
He talks about punk rock and hardcore, but I never I even made a joke with him his last video, dude, I knew 8 out of the 10. What the fuck are you doing?
Tommy's the same way with his Finnish bands, you know.
Yeah, dude, that's why I watch those channels because I'm like, I learn shit. It's an education. So
Mike sent me a VCLT and he's like, "Oh,
Mike rules, dude.
Check out these bands." And I was like, "Whoa!" He sent me singles I'd never heard before. I said, "Wow, this is amazing."
I would love to meet Mike. He seems like a really rad dude.
Dude, I never.
Yeah, Mike's the real deal.
If it wasn't for him, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but hey, listen, we're a niche in the VC. It is what it is, man. You know, but we're growing every day.
I'm recruiting, by the way, just so you know.
I could confidently say that I don't want to be part of the VC. Seriously, it's fucking full of bull.
Hey, wait a minute now. No, I'm just kidding.
It wasn't always this way, though. It wasn't always this way. It used to just be guys showing records, and there was no.
But it
frills, no
it has become like a bunch of. I don't want to say the wrong words here, but people that never grew up on the shit, and it's cool because it's in right now. And that's one of the big things,
And you can build a channel now.
Started.
It took me 5 years to get 300 subscribers. I was at 90 for years, but I had 12, 15, 20 guys who I got, I went back and forth and we had good stuff going.
John, now it's 3 months. I got 3 months.
Yeah.
I'm sure nearly as cool shit as you do.
Randy's comment is a valid comment, and it's a true comment. There's so many channels in the VC, now vinyl is hip. It's the fucking thing, all the kids are into it, everybody's into it. I fall into that bracket that I grew up, I was a fucking street kid. I didn't have money. I had fuck all. I lived in the street. I had a shitty life. But I got through the internet and through different variants in life and whatever. I stumbled into music and, I love music. I love music. I could stand here and, I love music just as much as everybody else. That's
Absolutely, you
had
do.
fucking day, you know what I mean? But there is people that are like, it was just my lifestyle. I came about vinyl at a certain time in my life, when it happened, and it was through obviously when it became, it became into the media and stuff and it became to attention, I knew what records were, but I didn't grow up in a household where, you're fucking lucky if you had a loaf, never mind, somebody had a couple of records. So it's a different, connection. It was like I found music and music did something to me. And
But yeah, when I think about it, vinyl is secondary. I was into music. I just loved rock and roll. The idea of it was magic. And I bought records as a kid with all my money. But I didn't realize. I mean, now I'm 50, so I have a lot of records, and now I've been buying them. I can, and I bought them all when they were cheap in the 90s. But I never thought of myself as a collector. I just was a music fan. I wanted to hear this, wanted to hear that, and the next thing you know, I have a lot of records. And now I'm kind of looking for things so I could say I'm a collector. But I'm a music fan, and if there was no records, I was still at shows. I was still buying magazines. I was still just hanging out, talking music with every friend.
I
And
think
the records
I
are
didn't become a
the
collector
vinyl
until
is
like
secondary.
the last 5 years. I didn't become a
think
collector until like 5 years ago. I just bought music that I liked before.
The VC can be whatever you want it to be, depending on what you're into.
100%.
Like you can find your niche if you want to. That's what this stream exists and stuff like that. But like if you want to shoot shit about Pink Floyd records, there's a billion videos you can watch. And if you want to talk about punk records, here's 6 people right here who you can talk to about it. I mean,
I think it's more the concept now. It's the concept of vinyl community where it's bollocks.
I'm new. I can't say shit. But, all right,
people sub people to get subbed back. People will drop a comment to think that people, they like your video, and it's bull. It's built-in egotistic bullshit where people want to go, I've got 1,000 records, because I grew up in an age where records were what you bought, but I don't buy any new music. I don't know about new music because I'm fucking stuck in the 60s. I'm stuck in the 70s. No, there's still fucking music, whether it's digital, whether it's in cassette, whether it's in fucking CD, or whether it's in record. It's music. It's nothing to do with the format. It's fucking music.
Troy, cheers, man.
It is pretty.
Cheers, brother.
I'm going to go along with John, what he said about the passion, it's pretty easy to watch channels in the VC and know who's passionate and who aren't really that way, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's the cool thing about it, just I've always been here for the passion of it, I mean,
of course.
Well, Randy, you're here to hear.
I don't
about
know what I'm trying to say.
You never
here.
heard of. You want to hear
too,
about the new single that came out that you don't know about, and you want to get it.
It's the most. It's so much fun digging for things you never heard before. Or you're taking chances, or you heard it and you see it, but you don't know what it is.
Yeah, like early.
I love the discovery.
Early in this show, Ryan was pulling out, all these cassettes and stuff. I mean, I don't even know these bands, and that's the cool thing to get turned on to them,
Nobody
especially
does.
when he
That's why
says
watch this channel.
especially when somebody says, "Man, you gotta hear this. This will change your life." You know, stuff
Yeah,
like
dude.
That's
for
what
sure.
like the 90s were. I didn't know any of these, all these sniveling shits or whatever bands you mentioned, all these like third tier British bands. I didn't know any of them existed, until the 90s, these CD reissues, and we're buying it and no one's telling us to. We're just digging these bands and like, oh, there's
Yeah.
this band, like, have you heard this? And Killed by Death's were coming out. It was like,
Yeah.
it was just all discoveries. There was no rules,
I think that what the VC is lacking, and what I would like to see is more new bands that are putting out new stuff, like brand new stuff, and because it's happening right now, it's happening in front of our eyes.
Yeah,
you're doing it, brother. You're doing
But
it.
like no, but maybe like, dude, for me, like yeah, I'm showing some new bands, but for me, I'm touching the tip of the iceberg. And I'm still
you're
trying
right,
to
you're
dig
right.
down, dude.
Mike
You're
Mike
right.
does a
You're
good
right.
job. Uncommon
Mike
Palette.
does
He
a
does a
great
very good
job.
job
He does.
keeping up.
Yeah,
But
he's the
it's a
best,
full
dude.
time job. I can't do
Yeah.
that, man.
There's some
Can't do it,
great
dude.
channels, but dude, I'm digging all day, every day to look for these bands.
well, for a long
Stuff that I love.
long time, in the vinyl community, I mean, for years ago, people would always say, the music sucks nowadays. It doesn't suck. You have to go and look for it. You know what I mean? If you're looking for radio play, yeah, it does suck. Radio music sucks nowadays, but
Arts and pop and stuff like
yeah. I mean, it's garbage,
stuff. That's dead. The charts are dead now.
But rock and roll and punk, it never died, man. You just got to go into the caves, where the shit is,
And it's buried deep a lot of times.
Yeah.
Cave. But yeah, it's just people's perception of music and finding like-minded people.
Right.
But it's just all of the bollocks about it. I just fucking think it's like politics. It's a fucking game.
Yeah.
It's just fucking scratch my back, I'll scratch your back.
Yeah, what was that? What was that one video you did, Stevie, where you were talking about something and you like flipped them all off, on the cam? That was great.
Yeah,
man.
yeah. That was about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. Yeah. That was fucking funny, dude.
That was about the VC, I think.
It was about MoFi. It was about MoFi.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
About MoFis, right?
Yeah. Audio file shit. Yeah.
Audio files. Yeah, that's it, Randy. Yeah.
Yeah. That was great, man. Here's what I got. Here's what I think about this. Fuck you.
Yeah.
But the soundtrack to your commentary was fantastic, dude.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is Richie?
Everybody's different, It's great, you get to share the screen with you guys, and yous are all just like me. Yous are just fucking normal guys, light a beer, like music, and chill. And this is what is a really good thing about this stream.
Better than Netflix and chill, right?
No, just piggybacking on what Randy said. People are saying, "Oh, music isn't what it used to be." You're just not looking in the right place, man. It's okay if you're not, but realize that you're not, and dig into these new labels that are coming out, and these bands that are coming out and putting out new stuff that's really fun and really cool, and it really has that kind of atmosphere of the 77 kind of style. There's a new revolution coming, man.
Yeah.
And you gotta realize it. You gotta get in on it, man.
Yeah, and it's not like it was before. I mean, these labels, this isn't something that's just gonna be on the shelf at the store or whatever. It's deep, I mean, you gotta dig and you gotta find the sites that have the cool shit.
Yeah,
because
a lot
of from this show here, I mean, I've been turned on to so many cool what is it? Deadbeat Records, all these cool sites that you'll never see this stuff,
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about tapes and records that are put out in 50 copies, 100 copies.
Right.
This is stuff you got to jump on, man. This is fun stuff. It's cool.
But there is a real world of music collectors, and the VC does not represent it, not even statistically. I was just out the other night, was seeing bands like new bands and stuff, and like everyone you know is into music, and none of them know the VC. Yet there's 100 people at this show. You go to another show, there's 200 people. Like there's a whole world of music people. They're just not on YouTube. So you kind of get a distorted view of what the record collectors are, because there's people out there that you just don't have channels, you know.
Oh, and I get them on my
and I know
channel.
you guys
I
know
show
this.
I show this stuff, and I meet these people who are into it, and they turn me on to like other stuff that I never would have known, which is like what it's all about, which is really cool, you know.
You know, the VC needs is
Dude, you
a
just gotta
Australian
dig,
ambassador.
man. You just gotta dig a little bit, get a little bit into it, and if you think this shit is dead, you're dead wrong. You're dead wrong. It's
the
fucking
VC
dead, man.
needs an Australian ambassador to promote all the music coming out of there, man. That's what we need.
Yeah.
You're doing a great job, but we need an Australian guy to like really be.
Yeah, we need an
give it to the
Australian guy.
people.
I agree.
To really like give it to the people, man, because there's so much cool shit coming out of there. It's insane.
And panel down there. Ben Rankin.
Right now, that's where it's happening. But you know, in 2 years, who knows where it's going to be happening? You know,
Yeah, the music scene's always been like that too. You know, I mean, it was like in the UK, you know, whatever,
Yeah,
Liverpool,
you had that
and
local
then
scene happening in Detroit in the late 90s, early 2000s.
then down in Georgia with like the
Sounds
REM and shit like that. B-52s.
Athens, yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Anybody who
And you
ever
had the
emails
Oblivions and that scene, like
100%, dude. Like anybody
Except
who
in
ever
Arizona.
emails me from my channel, I ask them like, what bands are going on in your town right now? Do they have anything for sale? I want to scoop it up. I want to get it and I want to play it. Like if it's good,
that's the
I'll
way to
play
do
it.
it, dude.
You know, if I
Yeah,
like
you don't
it,
have to like it, but at least you checked it out. You know.
Yeah, I want to
Yeah,
check
you
it
at least
out,
inquire.
because
You
you never
inquire,
know
that's
where
the
this
point.
stuff is going to come from, man. You know,
It's
No,
like
don't, man.
it's like the point that Ryan made, like back then, the scene and stuff and whatever. It is sort of the same, but it's went to digital age. It's like, and as Randy said, you can't walk into a record store and half the shit that we're looking for, it's not there. It's limited to 50. You need to go online. You need to dig for it. But that scene's there. That same passion, that same, you know, what was happening in '78 is still happening today. It's fucking global, baby. It's not just, you know, it's not just UK anymore, the US, it's fucking Malaysia, Australia, Chinese, it's fucking global.
it's everywhere, man. Yeah.
You know, everybody's got a point to say, you know, and people are not afraid now to say.
Yeah, it's just the VC's a distorted view of music, you know.
100%. Because like
because like I see like Chisel, I did not go, but Chisel played Boston and it was sold out, and there's a whole bunch of people. In the last show I went, I saw Chisel shirts. Like there's a whole crew of people, but it's not on the VC. But the scenes are happening,
well,
and people buying the
Stevie
records.
and I showed the Chisel. We love the Chisel.
No,
So did Mike.
yeah.
You know, but like Clifford said, I agree, John. My buddy Steve literally had an entire house full of music and doesn't do the VC. If he recommends the band, I will check it out. Yeah, I'm not even basing my music view on.
I'm not talking to you guys. I'm just talking out loud. I'm not.
Yeah. I mean, it's there if you want it, man. You just
Hey, if you're not in the VC, you don't know.
The VC
shit.
isn't even a microcosm. It's a distorted view.
Yeah.
And most people are not buying MoFi on. If VC is MoFi is so big, but if you go to any record store, if they have 2 or 3 MoFis, that's a lot. There's just nobody's buying MoFis. Nobody is buying MoFis.
No.
Nobody I know owns MoFis. You know, maybe they'll sell 2,000 and 800 of them are on the VC, but any other punk band selling 5,000, 6,000, maybe 10,000, maybe Amon and the Sniffers are selling 100,000 records, but they're only shown 5 times on the VC. You know,
it's
it's totally distorted. It's not a microcosm.
I went to Total Hell. Drew Owen from Sick Thoughts, his new band Total Hell, like the new wave of shitty heavy metal, right? They played in Memphis, and I went to this bar. I went to the High Tone, and they were playing. I met tons of people. I'm like, hey, did you hear the new GT single? And they're like, yeah, it's fucking great, man. Like, dude, 20 people out of that show. Like, I talked to about these like random like underground bands knew about it. It's this scene that's really tight knit. I'm thinking to myself, like, wow, they pressed 200 of these. And I talked to
You
20
just met 20
people
of
who
them.
have this record. Like, it's
You just met
unbelievable.
20 of
Like,
them.
how
Yeah,
tight
yeah,
this shit is. It's really cool.
Like the Viagra Boys toured the whole U.S., sold out, and they're playing big venues, not tiny clubs. And they probably sold 100,000 records, maybe 200,000 worldwide. Yet I don't know, maybe 3 times it was showed in the VC. But that doesn't. It's just not representative. They're a huge band.
Somebody
You're
tried
right,
to like get me onto them, and I listened to them. I just couldn't get into it. It wasn't my thing.
Did check out
sorry,
Chemical.
I'm sorry, dude. I
Yep.
tried to get you in my band.
What record should I check out?
Check out the song "Research Chemicals."
All right.
Just
I'll
check out the
recommend it.
video or listen to that. I'm not saying you're gonna like it, but it's like Stooges, Funhouse meets Hawkwind meets punk rock. I don't know, and like Motorhead. It's a mix. It's
right.
kind of almost free jazz in there. It's crazy.
I'll check
But
it out.
they're the
man.
real thing. Real thing. Research Chemicals.
Okay.
Bruce,
Let me write it
in
down.
the private chat, Bruce, and in the chat, I put that Ben Rankin's channel. He only does Australian music.
Yeah.
Because he's
Oh,
from
wow.
there, and he's
Oh, who's this? All right.
Wait a minute. I know who that is.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude. Has he got a goatee?
he's a drummer, great guy. Yeah, he's got
There's a
long,
lot of historical
Got a long
Australian
goatee?
bands.
yeah, he did that-
Cool.
yeah,
Who's this?
I know who that dude is. Yeah, dude. Okay, yeah.
Oh,
I'll subscribe to him.
Okay.
Okay.
A lot.
Yeah, I know who that is.
No, I'm trying to post his link, but who is this guy?
Ben Rankins. I've been talking to him for
Oh,
about
yeah.
6 He's a great
Okay.
guy.
Yeah, he seems like a good dude, Sean. For real.
He is.
Yeah.
Really,
All right, we'll post Ben Rankin's thing here. Let's see.
I mean, the first record, Jesus Christ. The first video I saw of his, because I've watched a couple, he was showing Saints records. So I was immediately like, okay, this dude rules. So.
Well, I mean, let's check out the Ben. Ben Rankin, I think, actually commented on a few of my videos. So I gotta check his
I
stuff
think the
out. I don't
same.
know much about
Same.
him. Yeah.
great
Same, I
guy.
believe.
Yeah,
same.
he's been around a little bit, hasn't he?
About 6-7
Yeah,
months.
about
Yeah.
a year. Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
less
but
than
twice
a year.
as long as me. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a great guy though.
Yeah, I don't know, but I just think there's so much stuff out there, man, that people could really dig into. But a lot of people don't want to dig into stuff. They just like in their comfort zone. That's what they like. You know?
Part of it too is a lot of people as they get older, there's certain things that mean more to them because certain memories in their life, and they don't get away from it. And I mean, we listen to people talk about albums that they were buying in 1962 like it was yesterday,
Yeah.
and it's so in their
And they're
mind.
still buying that record again and again. And it's, oof.
So a lot of people, it's hard to get away from them. The same thing with people that I know. There's people that live in town here. They still only listen to Pearl Jam, and
Yeah,
like
I mean, I guess it's part of human nature for most people. We're the freaks, you know.
Yeah, maybe. John, I watched this video of this guy. I don't remember what his channel name was, but he was showing like all these MoFi pressings of the Cars first record. And I'm thinking to myself, like, dude, I could buy that record for like $5 at my local record.
Less than that.
And I know you're
Less
not
than that.
into, that guy Patrick, but he's a good friend. I like Patrick a lot. He's a friend of mine, but he does the head-to-heads, and he won't tell you what they are. And he plays the original Cars, which you can get for $5, and he pays the MoFi, which you could get for $50. And the original blew it away, and everyone guessed, oh, this one's great, this one's crap. Everyone anonymously, and the original blew it away, and it was hysterical. Like not even
the more
close.
I hear about this Patrick guy, the more I like him, though. You know, I gotta check out.
You
the
don't have to.
Surface
I mean,
channel.
he's a different world than you, but he's more my. I mean, he's older than me, but he's more my age, and I love '70s rock too. So I like him. He's just a generous guy.
I'm
his channel? What's his channel?
open-minded. I could check it out, man.
Yeah, no, you don't have to like him.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to dislike him, but that's just I'm just telling you I like him.
No,
You know,
but I like
What's
that
his
he does
channel?
that. He plays the original versus this MoFi, and he'll and you can tell the difference. You can make your own
and
judgment.
it's like, but we knew this anyway. Like, and even if the MoFi sounded better, why do I want something sounds different than the original? This is the artifact. You know.
Yeah, this is the one I want. Yeah, who cares?
What's this dude's channel?
The Vinyl Archivist. He does like live
Oh.
streams. It's probably not
No,
of your interest, but I like him. I like hanging out with him.
I've heard of the guy. I've heard of him. Yep. Okay.
I'm going to boo. I'm fucking dead in my feet.
Stevie's gone. Stevie's done.
Yeah, it's half
like 4
over.
a.m.
I see the sun shining on his face.
Hey, Stevie,
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you so much for co-hosting the show with me, man. You're a real brother for stepping up, and I
Pleasure.
appreciate you, brother. Much respect, man, for hanging out.
Everybody is as usual, and love you guys. And
Stevie, you're a real motherfucker, dude. Love you.
eat crusty buttons.
Cheers, brother.
drink
Be good, man. Thank you so much for coming on and stepping into the big shoes that were Dr. October's, man. It's
saving
a lot of
Ryan's
fun,
ass.
Stevie.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, take care.
Stevie had some great takes, man. Stevie was the voice of reason on this stream. Much appreciated. Randy's MIA. That's okay.
I gotta piss. I'm gonna do that real quick.
Oh, now Bruce is leaving.
Thank you.
I'll be right back. Shit.
Yeah. No, TMI there. That's okay.
TMI for pissing? Really?
You can still hear him. Bringing
Well,
it.
damn right you can hear me.
he's
I'm
brought his
gonna
mic
piss
with him.
loudly.
Yeah, excellent. Great.
Here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
Hang on.
Look, the people are giving Stevie some love, man. Later, Stevie.
Now we can take a fucking.
Yeah, this is horrible. Why why is this even on it? That's terrible.
I went to the bowl. We're good. I went to the bowl. We're good.
Wash your hands, you animal. God, man.
He's in his house. He can do what he wants.
Yeah,
Wash
it's
your
a
hands,
dead
you
man,
animal.
do whatever you want.
Wash your hands, you animal. I love it.
Oh man. Well, hey, listen, we're 4 hours and 31 minutes into this thing. I think it's a good time to wind it down. I think we've done a nice job. We've done a nice homage to Doctor and the kid. I can't do what the Doctor does, man. I got a lot of respect for him, man.
Great.
Stealing the chip, but I think it's about that time. What do you
Yeah,
think?
you took it to the limit, man. You know?
I think we did. Man. You know, I'm feeling good about it. It was a great show. All the guests were great. The night gallery was awesome. And oh man,
You gonna do any posing tonight, Ryan?
What's that?
You gonna do any posing? Your muscle poses?
No, I left it out. I just wanted to keep the stream modest. I didn't want to impress the girls too much. Just wanted
We
to
have one. Her
keep
name's
it
Miss
low
You.
key.
Yeah, we could have
She
more.
Miss You is not a chick, dude.
Right on, Aaron.
No, I don't shift into hate mode. Listen, I've been very good over
This
the
is
last
the
few
worst. I
episodes.
can't believe we're doing this.
No,
This is
listen,
terrible.
You have proof?
I've
You have
been,
proof,
I've been-
Randy?
No, you've been good.
If you've watched the last few episodes, I've been very, very positive.
Ryan,
very
I
optimistic.
think I was the one that got more heated tonight when I heard the Clash's disco.
Well,
Hey,
it almost got me there, but we're
I was worried about Joe for a minute there. I was hoping
No, maybe
he'd hang on.
hang
on and be okay.
I've taken a little more laid back position, just enjoying the show, enjoying the people, enjoying the gallery,
Yeah, brother.
There's
But
no time.
Michael Pilma does bring on the best guests, doesn't he?
I mean, he does keep it interesting,
man.
doesn't he?
brings
Yes,
on
he
some
does.
guests with some hot takes, that's for sure, man.
Yes, he does.
That guy was way better than the gay Republican, though.
No, the
Yeah, I
guy
agree, I
for
agree.
the band he couldn't talk about in Russia.
That was my
How many
favorite.
people
guy.
How many weirdos does Michael know? That's my question.
Joe Machos was the best, man. That guy was off his rocker, man.
The one guy who couldn't finish a story was my favorite dude.
What was his name? Yeah, that
what
was
was the
about a month
band that
ago.
Oingo Boingo? He said, "Oh, but they did all the songs, but they weren't Oingo Boingo, but they sounded like Oingo Boingo." And I'm like, "This is Oingo Boingo, but I can't tell you the name of the band. Oh, I get in
What
trouble."
was that
Like,
dude's name? What was that dude's name that couldn't finish the story? What was his name?
I think it was Matt.
Yeah.
It was Matt. Yeah.
Matt's right. Yep, that's right.
Yeah, Matt was a great character. I loved him. Man.
How do you have the memory you do, dude? I don't understand it. I guess because you're younger.
I wish I could soak up like basic like information like I do about music in this stream, but it just doesn't work out that way.
Oh.
So,
But, music, different impression on your mind.
Yeah, he was
Matt. Matt was his name. I liked Matt. Matt was cool.
What was his name? Yeah,
he was the Aerosmith roadie, I think, right?
Who knows? He was a roadie.
no, it wasn't. He wouldn't tell us. I think it was Billy Idol. He kind of looked out.
Billy Idol at some point.
We were
Somebody
guessing
famous as
Aerosmith.
Shit, though. Yeah, it was famous as shit. Whoever it was.
Yeah. But I want to thank everybody who came on the panel, and thank everybody who came out in the night gallery. I really appreciate you, and everybody who watches on replay. Thank you so much. Much respect. Thank you for supporting what I think is the best live stream in the vinyl community, baby. Built for rock and roll, made for rock and roll. Thank you so much, and it's always a pleasure to talk to you guys every other Saturday, man. Thank you so much. And without the doctor, I know it was a little tough. It was a little rough road, but we made it. We made it.
You did a good job, Ryan.
I tried my best, man.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming on, man. Thank you. Sean, John, Bruce, Randy, everybody. Stevie, thank you for guest hosting, man. You had some great takes. Appreciate you. Joe, Paul, everybody who came on. Thank you so much. You'll have a great night, okay? All right. Rock and roll this weekend, baby. Rock and roll this weekend. Thank you so much.
See you later.
And be somebody. Remember, be somebody, baby. Come on. Here's a little flex for you. Sean, be good, man. Take care, buddy. Good to see you, man. Thank you for coming on. Cheers, everybody. Thank you.